second one was going to be the women's high jump, the world door champion from 2016. The introduction of the app is going to run 7 minutes from now. And we also have all of the finals of the women's 10,000 meter steeplechase. Also, women's 5,000 meter final. The men's 10,000 meter final. This will be your track finals. We have 4 other the men's triple jump, the women's high jump. They're both going on time. We've got that out introduction to Joe Bowman. And the men's shot put of the discus throw.
Right, I should say rather about start on the men's side. We'll give you some details on that, give you the start list as well as the competitors in terms of who will be competing from the Bahamas and the various nations. That'll be coming your way. But we do promise you that you won't miss any of the action. And stay tuned right here on RTV for it as we keep you abreast of all things happening here at the Nacac Athletic Championships. Again, this is the 4th edition of this event. It's been a while since we've had one, but we're all set to go. Grand Bahama, the gracious host, coming forward to make sure this thing runs smoothly. The athletes have all been settled into their various accommodations, and despite a few glitches here and there, it seems as if everybody's now settled in and ready to give forward the best performances possible as we get ready to continue this 3 days of competition, starting again with today's events in day 1. We'll run right through Sunday, daily, right here. Morning sessions beginning at 9 o'clock in the morning, and of course we'll have the afternoon sessions for you every day at about 4 p.m. in the afternoon. So as we mentioned, it has indeed been a good day to start things off, and at what's going on the women's high jump. Let's give you a quick rundown of what's going on the women's high jump just across the way. We have a competitor from Dominican Republic, USA, with Rachel Glenn. She's in there. Barbara Bachoka is there from Canada. We have Esquivel from Mexico. Stewart of the British Virgin Islands, Kimberly Williamson representing Jamaica, Vashti Cunningham, also from the U.S. with Adelina Bryson of Cuba. Sakari Famous of Bermuda is competing as well, and we have Castro Diaz of Mexico and Priscilla Fons of Guadeloupe. No competitors in this women's high jump from the Bahamas, but nonetheless, we'll again keep you abreast as the activities continue. Still on the agenda for tonight, again, we had the women's hammer. Let's give you the full results of that. They wrapped that up earlier today. Janae Casavoid of the United States, she finished in first place with a throw of 71.51 meters. That was their winning throw. Brooke Anderson, also of the U.S., was second in 68.66, with Jillian Ware of Canada third in 66.20. Cuba finished in the 4th spot. That was Martinez with a throw of 62.89. Kayla Butler of Canada would finish in the 5th spot, 60.73 meters. And of course, we had the young lady from the Bahamas, Tajay Thurston, who finished in the 6th spot. Her best throw was 54.86 meters. Still on the agenda, like we mentioned for tonight, a number of different activities, including the men's triple jump. That should be starting in just a short while. In fact, they're going through their warm-ups right about now. The women's high jump already underway. We'll give you details on that. Actually, they're just about ready to start that women's high jump competition. Men's 400-meter hurdles. That'll be the first event on the track. The athletes are going through their warm-ups even as we speak. The women's 3,000 steeplechase. That'll be starting at about 5:30 this evening. Women's 100-meter hurdles with Devon Charlton. Those are the preliminary rounds. Those will be coming your way at about 7:20 this evening with the men's shot put. That gets started at 7:30 tonight. Women's discus also on the field at 7:30 this evening. And of course, we'll have the preliminary rounds of the women's 200 meters, men's 200 meters, and rounding things out tonight will be the final of the women's 5,000 meters and the men's 10,000 meters. That's all set up for you here on day 1 of competition here at these Nacac Championships, the 4th edition, right here in Freeport, Grand Bahama. Buckle up, folks. It's going to be a good time. And it has been an absolutely gorgeous day here in Grand Bahama. Couldn't have asked for better. Perhaps if you're not a big fan of the heat, maybe you would have asked for a few degrees cooler, but be that it is as it is, we make do with what we have, and that's exactly what these athletes are doing right now. They are making do with what they have. Glad to be out here on the track and get these activities underway. Still waiting for the start list of this first heat in the men's 400-meter hurdles. We should have that in just a short while. Meanwhile, I can see some of the dignitaries here from the Bahamas and various nations just across here in the VIP area, including I see the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture. He was here early. I'm not sure if he's still here. And the Prime Minister of the Bahamas has just made an appearance, the Honorable Brave Davis. Great to see his presence here at the GB Sports Complex. Well received. Of course, the Prime Minister, a big sports fan, here now to take the opportunity. And I see the Minister, Ginger Moxie, is also here of Grand Bahama. So again, it has been well received by the government of the Bahamas, and it looks as if they're going to make their presence felt. Good to see that Grand Bahama is getting the opportunity to host an event of this magnitude. It will certainly do well, as we heard the Honorable Ginger Moxie talking about earlier today. In case you guys missed it, she talked about how good this is for the Grand Bahama economy, and certainly they've done their best to make sure that they're able to pull this thing off and make sure that all these athletes are well accommodated. The game's gone off smoothly. They've really done a great job here at the GB Sports Complex, making sure that all the things that are needed to make sure that this event goes smoothly are in place, including bringing in a number of equipment from out of New Province, just to make sure that everything was here, that this competition needed to be running smoothly. So again, hats off to the Bahamas government for getting this done in such a short notice. We found out they only had a 90-day notice really to get this thing going, and that in itself is pretty amazing to be able to do what they did in 90 days, considering most countries have months in order to prepare, in order to hold a meet successfully. So again, tip of the cap. I know there have been some cries of not necessarily things being up to par, but when you take into account a lot of the extenuating circumstances, it does make things certainly that much more understandable. So again, this is just day one, folks. We got 3 days of competition to come your way. 3 exciting days. And it's all going to be right here on RTV's network. And again, if you're joining us from one of the international countries, we do appreciate you tuning in here as well, as we hope to give you everything you need to know, keep you up to speed on all the activities here at this event. First event on the track will be the 400-meter hurdles. That's coming your way in just a short few moments. The women's high jump and the men's triple jump also on the agenda. Those are the first 3 out of the block here as we get ready for this first night of competition here at these Nacac Championships. So very quickly now, I can give you the start list for this first heat, which will be coming up now on the men's 400-meter hurdles. Round 1, heat 1. Quickly, these are the unofficial lane assignments here, so let's see if I can get these correct. We got Shaquem Smith of the Bahamas. He'll be running out of lane 1 with Gerald Drummond in lane 2. That's Lazaro Taylor Rodriguez Fernandez of Cuba in lane 5. And next to him in lane 6 will be CJ Allen of the United States with Joshua Adamar in lane number 7. Again, this should be interesting to see how this first event shapes up. Lane 4, that would be Gerald Drummond representing the British Virgin Islands. And then we have Joshua Adamar out there in lane number 7. So that will be the first of our track events here in this evening session. Round 1, preliminary rounds, men's 400-meter hurdles. A lot of excitement building up, in particular over the last weeks as we knew this event was approaching. And just for a quick adding to that, we have Joshua Adamar. He's actually from the island of Haiti, running out of lane 7. And as we mentioned, there's been a lot of excitement over the last few days, in particular as we got closer and closer to this thing. The excitement building here in Grand Bahama amongst the community as these residents realized, okay, this is really going to happen here. And so we saw a lot of excitement. We spoke to a lot of people coming in, and they were tremendously pleased to see something like this come to their island. I spoke to one resident who said seeing the hotel lights on was something that they had not seen. It was always in blackness, and now all of a sudden the lights are on. It has them feeling very good about what's ahead here on this great island, one of the nation's second city, and they've been going through a rough period of times. They've been going through a great period, a long drought period, and you know, like we mentioned, it has been, you know, slow progress in terms of recovery, but slowly but surely they're coming back. Over the next few days as well, you'll be hearing from a young lady, Ricky Barry, who will be my sideline, I guess, sidekick, if you will. It's like Batman and Robin, you know, Batman and Robin. In this case, this will be my Robin. We got Ricky Barry. She'll be joining us on the sidelines. And Ricky, you had a chance to be down here and see how things are going. And I got to get your quick opinion. What are your thoughts on what you've seen in terms of preparation, what you've seen from these athletes? Have you had a chance to speak with any of them, and what are their thoughts?
Yeah, you know, so far we've seen some great performances from the athletes coming out here today. And as we should, we have some top runners in the entire world that are actually running out here today. One of them being our own champion, Shanae Miller-Weibo, who ran this morning in the semifinals, and she ran a very comfortable 50.84 to land the win for the 400 meter flat. So we're going to look forward to seeing her on Saturday tomorrow. She'll run in the finals, and so far she's talked about how great it is to run at home. You know, that energy is different when you're at home. So she's definitely looking forward to running and to actually maybe even running her last 400, not just for this season, but maybe even for a little while.
Yeah, I've been hearing the rumors about that, where she says she may go away from the 400 meters and now concentrate on the 2. I guess she says she's accomplished everything in that 400 meters.
She really has. She has taken the Olympic champion. She's taken the world champion. I think if she wants to go out in the 200, and she's even mentioned, I think, the heptathlon at some point, then the Bahamas will just move to another event.
That's true, and her husband has competed in the decathlon, so I guess it wouldn't be much of a stretch for her to go to the heptathlon. They would both train together, and who better? You got an Olympic caliber athlete in the home, so he would certainly could guide her along the way. I hopefully would hate to see her lead the 400 meters, but like you said, she's done everything she can.
Yeah.
She's an Olympic champion, she's a world champion, she's won the Golden League. It hasn't much she hasn't done in that event, so I'm sure she's looking forward to new challenges.
Yes, and so are we, looking forward to her trying something new.
Yeah, we shall see indeed. It has been, like I said, an exciting day to get started. This has been just the first day of competition. We're looking forward to seeing how things really pan out. Again, we got a lot to look forward to. A lot of Bahamians will be on the track and field over the next few days, and we'll certainly keep people abreast of how they go. But this is an international event, and so there'll be a lot of top, as you mentioned, international competitors taking part. I don't know about you, but I'm excited to see it.
I'm very excited, very excited.
Well, little birdie told me you actually were a track athlete yourself. Somebody said that you actually beat Shanae. This is just what a little birdie told me. I don't know how real that is, but
the little birdie was trying to get me in trouble, Marcellus. Don't listen to the little birdie.
But yes, you do have a track background.
I do.
Mind you, it may be a few years removed, but nonetheless, you've experienced this. You've been out there and understand certainly the training that is involved in it, and certainly the excitement that builds up as you get closer and closer to competition.
Right, definitely understand the pressure that comes with this. Running in front of a crowd, running in front of your home, your family, it's a lot to take on. It's a part of that psychology that goes into running that I think a lot of people don't really think about all the time, but it's a really big part of this. And they're about to start the 400-meter hurdles.
We are ready for our first of our preliminary heats here in the 400-meter hurdles. So again, let's give you those lane assignments. Sitting out there in lane number 3 would be the competitor from the Bahamas. That's Shaquem Smith. Next to him is Gerald Drummond. And the Cuban athlete in lane number 5 is Lazaro Rodriguez Fernandez. C.J. Allen of the United States in 6. And that's Joshua Adamar of Haiti in lane number 7. Gerald Drummond of Costa Rica in lane 4, and they are underway. No problems with the start. Over the first hurdles smoothly as they come up on that first jump. Slight clip there in lane number 6, but so far so good. Getting up onto a good start is C.J. Allen out there in lane 6. But here comes making up the staggers the young Cuban Fernandez in lane 5. He is currently sitting, looks like, in first place with Gerald Drummond in 4. C.J. Allen, again of the United States, pushing well in 6. And we'll see how well Shaquem Smith can make up some ground as they come into the final 200 meters of this event. And into the forefront now, it is Joshua Adamar of Haiti trailing in the final lane, but C.J. Allen of the United States pushing here in lane 6. He's going to win this heat comfortably as he comes towards the finish line. It is C.J. Allen, followed by Cuba in lane 4 and lane 5, finishing up the top 3. So C.J. Allen of the U.S. wins in 48.75, the unofficial time. 48.75, the unofficial winning time for C.J. Allen of the United States. There it is right there. And Shaquem Smith, that's Gerald Drummond, of Costa Rica, who finished second at 49.67. And we'll see how the other finishes come up. But right now it's all about C.J. Allen as he takes that first heat and look pretty comfortable doing so. He's certainly going to have a lot left for the final. I think you'll see a much faster time when he's being pushed in that finale there. But again, a good run there for C.J. Allen of the United States. Gerald Drummond finishing second. And then we have the Cuban Lazaro Rodriguez Fernandez, who finished third in 50.36 seconds. So good run there to get things rolling.
Yeah, a great run from Shaquem. He definitely held his own.
55.4 was him, and he finished in the 4th spot.
Pretty good. One name, big name that was actually missing was actually Kyron McMaster, who's actually one of the leads in this event for this year. So it's a big deal that he's not here. But I do think that gave C.J. Allen a really good opportunity to really to claim the first heat. Right, so we'll look forward to Allen in the finals of the 400-meter hurdles.
We'll certainly see how that turns out. Joshua Adamar of Haiti finishing that 5th spot, 52.21 was his official time coming across the line. But a good, strong start in this event, and certainly a good way to start off our evening session here with these 400-meter hurdles. We'll have another heat coming up in just a few short seconds, and we'll give you details on that. Heat number 2 is coming up in just a short while. And as soon as we get those lane assignments, we'll give those to you. Heat 1, C.J. Allen of the United States, 48.75, followed by Gerald Drummond, Costa Rica, 49.67. So coming up will be heat number 2. And we have another couple of good competitors here. We'll have Khalifa Roser of the United States. He'll be in lane 3. With Sean Rowe of Jamaica set up in lane 4. Kyron McMaster, you mentioned him. He's in lane number 5 of the U.S. Virgin Islands. And then we have Malik Smith, also of the U.S. Virgin Islands in lane 6. And Andre Colebrook of the Bahamas will be there in lane 7. Again, we'll give through those lane assignments once again, but that's what they have set up and they show us on the board here for the second of these heats here in round 1 of the men's 400-meter hurdles. Don't forget, also coming up will be the start of the men's triple jump in just a short while. In fact, I think that competition will be getting underway. In fact, even as we speak, we'll give you a full update on that on the start list as well. We have a couple of Bahamians competing in the triple jump. And you know, it's a funny thing, the triple jump sometimes goes underrated. But remember, guys, this is where we got our first Olympic medal on the track, was in this very same event. The triple jump run by Frank Rutherford in Spain way back in the 70s. But since then, we've not failed to medal at any Olympic Games since Frank Rutherford got things started back in 1972, I do believe it was the event, the Olympic Games in Spain. So great job there. And again, we always remember that with great fondness. Frank Rutherford does not fail to remind me, hey, I won the first of those track events. So again, since then, we've had some really good success. We've had the twins also competing in that. And let's not forget Levan Superman Sands, who himself has a bronze medal at the Olympic level and competed at the World Championships as well. So it has been a great journey in the triple jump for the Bahamas, and we hope to see that journey continue, perhaps here at this very same event, as we have some competitors competing in that triple jump as well. So coming up now will be the second of our preliminary rounds in the 400-meter hurdles. Khalifa Roser in lane number 3. Sean Rowe in lane 4 of Jamaica. Roser of the United States. We got Kyron McMasters in lane 5. Malik Smith, Virgin Islands, also in lane 6. And Andre Colebrook representing the Bahamas. He is set up in lane number 7.
Right, so earlier I talked about Chiron being missing in the first heat, but he's here in the second heat, and we definitely to look out for him as being one of the front runners in this race.
Yeah, he comes in with some very good times on the air. He's definitely would be considered, I would imagine, the favorite. We'll see how it shapes up. CJ Adam looked good in that first heat, so maybe those two shaping up to go head-to-head once the finale rolls around. But of course, he's got to get through these heats. Anything can happen. We've seen this happen many times. Athletes who we thought were favorites, sometimes you clip a hurdle. That's not, we're not putting it out there, but sometimes things do go wrong. An injury occurs, and suddenly who you thought was the favorite is not even in the race anymore. So we got to bear that in mind. But as it stands, he is certainly going to be one of the names that we will look out for as this event continues. Meanwhile, it looks as if the competition is underway in the men's triple jump. Let's see if I can bring up
number 4, he'll be representing Jamaica, coming into the time of 49.
That looks like a good jump. See if the white flag goes up or the red. And they will indeed measure. White flag does go up. So we'll give you an update on what's going on with the men's triple jump. Again, just underway here at the track, as is all of the events here in this evening session. Men's triple jump finals underway. Chris Bernard of the United States in that event as well. Comes in with a seat jump of 16.83 meters. Tico Ogaro of Antigua. We got Kaiwan Cutler of the Bahamas. He comes in with a 16.10. Certainly would be a favorite to perhaps walk away with a medal before it's all said and done. And we have as well Penchif from Bermuda, Fernando Manuel Reyes competing as well, and Kristen Hanna of the Bahamas will round out the field here in the men's triple jump.
And we have to talk about the energy that's out here today too, Marcellus. You can see everyone that's by the triple jump area definitely
right
giving
around
a
the
lot
grandstand,
of definitely giving a lot of energy toward the athletes today, which is one of the things that we know.
So as we get ready, we had to quiet down because they're ready to start this second heat now in the men's 400 meters. 400 meter hurdles, heat number 2. Getting ready to get going. Rozier in 3, and they are off and running. No problems with the start once again. Coming up on the first hurdle. Let's see if they get over there cleanly, and they do indeed. And off to a good start. Looks like in lane 6, Malik Smith of the Virgin Islands. But this is going to be a tightly bunched race. Already, though, we see where the Bahamian has fallen behind. That's Andre Colbrook. He's now well behind the rest of the field as they come around the turn here at about the 200-meter mark. Meanwhile, it's a fight between Sean Rowe of Jamaica, Chiron McMaster of the Virgin Islands, and he starts to pull away just a bit now coming into the home stretch in the 100 meters. And it is McMaster out front, looking comfortable. And over the hurdle now is Chiron McMaster. And the young man from the U.S., Khalifa Rozier, will win comfortably, 49.16. Boy, we didn't see him coming, but 49.17 is the time for Khalifa Rozier of the United States. McMaster's finished second in 49.76.
Definitely some very competitive times going into the finals. I think they're definitely going to be the top 2 to beat.
Yeah, indeed, just based on those times alone. It was a tougher heat. I think McMaster and Rozier pushed these out a little bit more faster than they wanted to go maybe in these preliminary rounds. But again, you take what's given to you in any given heat. And the key thing is to finish in that top 3. So they did the job and able to move through. I don't know if that knocks the Bahamian out of the top qualifiers in terms of the top 2 times after the top of 3 here would have moved on to the finals automatically. So we'll see how this shapes up for our Bahamian athlete there. But right now, Sean Rowe would have finished 3rd. He's an automatic qualifier at 50.26. And then Andre Colbrook of the Bahamas would have finished 4th in that heat. 53.26 was his time. Malik Smith of the Virgin Islands would round out the rest of the field. But again, a good run, good smooth run there by Rozier and McMaster. You can see they both put a little effort in. I think they both wanted to win that heat to kind of establish themselves going into the final. But, at the end of the day, they wanted to save a little bit. And we saw that as an end result, a very, very fast heat, much faster than, about a second or more faster than the initial first round.
Right, so I'm looking here at the preliminary results. So far, it looks like we may have one Bahamian into the finals. Shaquem Smith landing in with a 50.55, so it looks like he would have been the next
I think so.
qualifiers.
Yeah, good job by him to advance on to the finale. So, you know, it's always good to see some of our homegrown athletes able to push through. But as you mentioned, this is an international competition, and we're excited to see all these athletes do well and put forward good times. Thanks again for joining us here on RTV's networks as we bring you coverage of the Nacac Championships here in Freeport, Grand Bahama. We'll be bringing you coverage over the next 3 days. We hope you guys enjoy it as we try to keep you abreast on all the activities as they happen. This is day one, guys, of 3 days of exciting competition here at Trackside in Grand Bahama. And the Bahamas welcomes you, all the international athletes. Always happy to see sports. It's a great sporting nation. We love athletics here in this country, and that's athletics of all kinds. They embrace it all, and so good to see, especially here in Grand Bahama. They consider themselves one of the track capitals, so they were very ecstatic when they found out that the Nacac Championships were coming here to Grand Bahama, and they put all their chips into the center of the table there, and they're ready to go.
Right, and we talked to the minister, Ginger Moxie, for Grand Bahama earlier today, and she expressed how much time they got to put all of this together, right?
Yeah,
I think
90 days, yeah, 90 days. They got
90 days, right, for an 18-month event, right? 18-month preparation event. Yeah. Which is an absolutely big feat, considering the fact that Grand Bahama is also coming back from a lot of the Dorian disaster that happened there. So this is a really big deal to have an international event back in the second capital.
Yes, and still, of course, throwing in the dynamics of COVID-19, still having to work around that. So, you know, it is a yeoman's effort. Certainly tip the cap to what they're able to do in 90 days' time. And again, let's see how this thing plays out. Hey guys, in case you missed it early this morning, well, we weren't on live earlier this morning, but they did have some preliminary rounds in the women's 400 meters, and we know Shawnee Miller-Weibo running. Tell you what, they got excited when she came around the home stretch in that first race. They ran to the fence and they were watching her compete. She did not disappoint, winning heat number 1 in 50.84 seconds. Top qualifying time. Seda Williams of Barbados was second at 51.48, and then we had Calderon Roxana Gomez finishing in 51.57. Other qualifiers going into the final would be Stephanie Ann McPherson, 51.65 of Jamaica. Natasha McDonald of Canada also qualifying, 51.65. Janelle Brumfield of Jamaica, 51.75 this morning. She qualifies for the finale. Kyra Constantine of Canada, 51.93 is also through to the final. And then we have Gabrielle Scott of Puerto Rico, 52.22, the qualifying time. She got in as the 8th fastest qualifying time. By the way, we can take a quick look at the race this morning. It's Shawnee Miller-Weibo, again on the track for the very first time at these Nacac Championships. Let's take a look right now at the event.
United States at 16:13. This is run 2. Each athlete will have 6 attempts.
So there it is again, getting off to a good smooth start as Shawnee Miller-Weibo. And really not challenged throughout the course of this entire heat. As you can see on the backstretch, just comfortably running and moving on to the final 200 meters here. Just a really, really smooth run by Shawnee. Wasn't impressed at all. Just able to smoothly run through the finish line. Not too much effort. Great time again, we said. Last 100 meters, and you can see right here at this point, she knows she's won this event. She knows she's going to be the person to beat in the final, and as she crosses the line here in 50.84 seconds, again, Shawnee Miller-Weibo. She's a class in the 400 meters, Ricky, and everybody knows at this point in time, she is the person that everybody looks up to. She's the one that everybody's trying to catch up to. In particular, any event. We just started the World Championships. We started at the Olympics. So everybody knows Shawnee Miller-Weibo. She is the top 400 meter women's runner in the world. So we are ready to go, guys. Triple jump is ongoing. Men's triple jump. We see some of the athletes, and we have a scratch right there. It looks like the young man from Bermuda. Will scratch on his attempt. But they're about 2 jumps in to the first round of the men's triple jump. We got a good action there. We just see the athlete from Bermuda right there who just scratched. And I'll go back and give you his name in just a few short seconds here. This is the men's triple jump. We got now another athlete on the runway getting ready to take off, literally. So this is now the men's triple jump, round 1. And this is Takio Ogaro. Sorry, this is Fernando Manuel Reyes getting ready to take the runway. And here he comes, hoping to get off a good jump here. And we'll just wait to see if the white flag or the red flag goes up. Red flag is not good. White flag means they will measure, so there it is. Coming up next will be Christian Hanner of the Bahamas, as he now looks to get on the board with a solid jump, establish himself as perhaps a threat to win a medal here at these Nacac Championships. Christian Hanner of the Bahamas on the runway. He comes in with a best jump of 14.74 meters. He's going to have to pop off perhaps his career best if he wants to be in the final runnings here. As we saw, Chris Bernard of the U.S. has come in with a 16.83. So there's some work to be done if you're Christian Hanner, but something to be said about being on the home soil. Sometimes that home crowd can certainly push you to heights unthought of, as he now urges the crowd to give him some energy.
This is round number 2 of the men's triple jump final.
Christian Hanner.
Christian Hanner of the Bahamas.
And here is Hanner's attempt. Off the runway, and let's hope he gets a good one off. Up on the board. I think he might have scratched there. I didn't like the way he hit that first board. White flag, though, does go up. Really good for Christian Hanner. But again, I thought he left a lot on the board. And so I don't think the measurement is going to be quite up to par, but at least he's on the board. Anything can happen from this point in time. You got to get a measurement in. And for Hanner, he gets a good performance in. And again, at this stage, I would imagine just looking to get off a season's best, a personal best. And if he's able to secure a medal, all the more better. But I would imagine his goal coming in is to certainly put up the best jumps that he's possibly ever done. And just waiting to see what his mark is at this stage. Difficult for us to see at this angle what his jump is. But that completes the round here in the men's triple jump. They'll reset, and here is Chris Bernard of the United States getting ready to go. Meanwhile, the high jump underway on the ladies' side. Women's high jump activities going on. Looks like that's Rachel Glenn of the United States about to take her turn.
2 of them representing the Bahamas.
And she clears the bar easily. Can't quite see what the bar is at this point in time, but no issues there going over the top, and we are underway. Marisabel Sinu of Dominican Republic, top-seeded athlete coming in on the women's high jump side. She's got a top seed time of 1.89 meters. Glenn, whom we just saw, 1.90, just behind her. Actually, she's got the better time, the better leap coming in. And right now, this opening height should be no issues for most of these competitors. They should be able to clear this opening height very easily. We got Barbara Bachoka of Canada, Esquivel of Mexico. Just going very quickly through the start list for this event. Virgin Islands with Yashira Rima Stewart. Kimberly Williamson of Jamaica, Vashti Cunningham, also of the United States, making up the field. Vemont Dassi Adelina Brisson of Cuba. Sakari Famous of Bermuda. Castro Claudina Diaz of Mexico, and Priscilla Fons of Guadeloupe. That is your field here for the women's high jump. as we are just underway with competition there. Lots of activities set up for this first day of the Nacac Championships here in Freeport, Grand Bahama. The GB Sporting Complex playing host to this event.
Up next, Taiko O'Gara of Antigua and Barbuda.
And quickly swinging back over to the high jump. Looks like as if the young lady from Cuba. Correction, this is not Cuba. She's going next. So we have Vashti Cunningham. Sorry, this is Guzman of Mexico about to attempt.
Of Antigua and Barbuda. He wants your support. A best of 15-17 on the runway.
And she knocks the bar down. So she'll have a failed attempt to her credit, hoping to bounce back from that.
Solid jump for Taiko O'Gara of Antigua and Barbuda. This is round number 3 at the men's triple jump final.
Okay, that was the first attempt for Mexico.
As competition continues, it'll be interesting as they try to whittle down this field. 11 athletes strong. Of course, there can only be one winner. Top 3 is the ultimate goal.
Now at 1530 meters.
These 11 athletes will battle it out. And a good clearance there, moving on to the next height.
K1 Comer.
Just amazes me how well these athletes, how far they've progressed in the high jump many years ago to now. I may be dating myself, but I recall the Fosbury flop when they first introduced that, being able to go over the pole backwards, if you will. They now call the flop. I remember when you had to go over it front ways. You weren't allowed to do the backward jump.
You guys were diving over the
Yeah, you had to dive
pole?
over that thing. Well, I never actually did that, but I recall seeing it,
right.
Growing up, and so.
So when people started going backwards, you guys were
I was like, wow,
what is going on?
That's crazy,
That is crazy. But yes, you mentioned how much work goes into all of this and how much they've progressed over time too. Even throughout the season, we're coming down to the end of the season now. So you can imagine a lot of these athletes are very fatigued, right? Yes. All of their muscles are hurting. Everything throughout the season kind of comes on at you at the end of the season now. So the fact that we're still seeing them put down amazing times is definitely a great feat. Should be commended.
Yeah, it does say a lot, and it goes a testament too, again, of how far the techniques in terms of conditioning, recovery. These guys have all these masseuses and all these other means of staying fresh throughout the course of the season. It has indeed been amazing to see. I've been in this business 27 years now, and just seeing how far they've come along in the last decade has been impressive. So
absolutely.
Again, so when I look at what these athletes now have and the training techniques and the new ways of trying to get the best performances out, and we've seen it because the athlete just keep getting bigger and faster. It's been a true joy to see as athletics has gone on.
Right, and you talked about some injuries too. Injuries happen throughout the season continuously, and these athletes find a way to get back on their feet. Earlier we had the 400-meter heats, and one of the Bahamian athletes, Janae Ambrose, she actually ran as well, and she also was complaining of some Achilles problems as well. So she wasn't able to clock as best of a time as I think she wanted to, but still a great race. We're always proud of all of our athletes.
Yeah, it was good to see her back out there on the track, and again, coming off an injury like that, one where Achilles is very difficult to overcome. Having had a ruptured Achilles my own self, I know how difficult that recovery process is, how much it takes out of you in terms of recovery and being able to get back to the level you once were. And so to see her out there and competing was good. Again, I'm sure she'd have loved to run a faster time. But for her, it's got to be a good confidence boost as well, because she says now I can now look forward to what's ahead going into
Definitely.
next season and
Definitely.
getting back into top physical condition, and now knowing what the injury has done, knows she's got to work that much harder.
Right. And going into off season now, there's definitely a lot of time to condition yourself and take some time to rest and recover. And I'm sure that's what a lot of these athletes are looking forward to after this event.
Yeah. So we are still going on with the men's triple jump. Also still going on, women's high jump. Coming up on the track will be the women's 3,000 meters steeplechase. You know, there's some events, and I see some of the competitors out there warming up for the steeplechase. Some events are beyond my realm of ability to understand or comprehend why somebody would ever compete in them. The 10,000 meters and those longer distance races, in particular like the marathons, they boggle my brain, because I said, what makes somebody get up one morning and say, you know what, I run 26 miles today.
You know, as a short distance runner, I completely understand,
Yes.
right? But they must be thinking the same thing, right? Who wakes up and is like, I just want to sprint from one
I'm going to
point
run
to the
really
next.
fast.
I have no points. I just want to run fast.
Yes. I'm going to take my time and finish off. But you know, it's funny because, again, we talk about progression of races. I recall when the 800 meters used to be a strategy race, right? You would kind of coast the first lap, and then, like, you know, in the second lap, you kind of, the final 200 meters, you kind of kick in.
The coasting is gone.
Yeah, nowadays it's basically a 2-lap sprint.
It's a sprint.
It is crazy
It's
what
a
we see
sprint.
happening. It has been a true interesting transformation, the way the conditioning aspect of it has happened, and just how well these athletes now prepare for those events.
Definitely. And this is one of the events that I always hope to see a Bahamian run in.
Yeah,
I
the
think
800 meters, yes. Yeah.
We are very good at sprints, right? Very good at that. And even now, the hurdles now is something the Bahamas can put under its belt. But when it comes to, I think, these longer races, these different races, heptathlons, decathlon, steeplechase, it's something that I'd really like to see Bahamians branch out into. Pole vault, too. So hopefully in the coming years, we get to see some more of that.
Yeah, well, we
from
did
the
have our
Bahamas.
first competitor at the decathlon level in the World Championship, so that's already started taken care of. But again, like you said, we have so many quarter milers who are just on the fringe of being elite. Why not just take that extra lap and then just run the 800 meters instead?
Right.
You know, if you got quarter mile speed, but you can translate that to, again, the 800 meters, just an extra lap. And I say just, like it's so
Right.
easy, right? But if you can run that extra lap, then it says, you know, that you should be pretty good at that, or at least be competitive in that event.
And so many.
And I think we are just underway with the 3,000 meter steeplechase.
3,000 meters steeplechase. It's very hot and humid in the Bahamas.
And
so
a
we'll
quick
see
look at your competitors in this event. Bunched up early on, Gabrielle Jennings of the United States, Jessica Frolan of Canada. You got Katie Reisenberger of the United States in there as well. Reagan Yee of Canada. Grace Peters, and I guess, I'll come back to that name, but Fedespaw is her name from Canada. We got Carmen Graves of the U.S. and Alondra Negron of Puerto Rico rounding out the entire field here. So we got a full flight of athletes competing, 7 in total for the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase. And not only do you add distance, you got water in here, you got hurdles you got to jump over. Steeplechase is no joke.
It really is no joke. I have no idea how they came up with the concept, but I think this is one of the most grueling races, especially coming down to the end. I can't imagine jumping over these steeples, having to jump through water. Has to be definitely challenging on these athletes.
Yeah, it really is, and you know, just underway with this thing. It takes about 9.5 minutes to run this race. So you got to be out there jumping over hurdles, splashing through water for 9.5 minutes. Yeah, that's it says a lot. 3,000 meters, guys.
Yes, that means they will need it to keep.
Now, these are the types of races that, although they start off slow, there's definitely a lot of thinking that goes into it,
Yeah, there's
a lot of strategy
Yes.
that goes into it. So as you watch them run, you'll see a lot of them making different moves at different points in time. That's not just saying, I have a little bit of energy, now I'm going to go, but this is actually a strategy that they're working on throughout the season.
And right off the bat, we have the field very closely, still tightly bunched. That looks like Gabrielle Jennings of the U.S. out in first place. Still a long way to go, though, so we'll see how it all turns out. $3,000-meter steeplechase underway. 2 minutes, 32 seconds into the race. And nobody's really established themselves here. It's still anybody's race at this point in time.
Jump final. You can see Jennings of the United States. She's the leader of this competition thus far. When they cross the finish line, there will be 5 laps remaining. 3,000 meters steeplechase, the first truck final of the Nacac Championships.
There's that water hazard. And you know, when you come over that hurdle, there's that water right there. That's another difficulty, having to go through that. Careful not to lose your footing.
4 barriers and a water jump.
Right, I'm really curious about the practice that goes into this. How do you practice for an event that has so many different aspects?
Yeah.
5 outlets in contention, including
and here
the
is
Canadians.
Gabrielle Jennings in first place, followed by Reagan Yee of Canada. Alondra
Hall
Negron, Puerto Rico,
Rita
also in that
Yee.
mix.
They're
Jessica
both ran
Ferran
the
in
World
Canada, still very
Championships
much in the
about a
race.
month ago
Again, it's still with so many
Eugene,
laps to go,
United States
7
of
laps
America.
remaining. There is no real favorite, no clear-cut favorite, although we see a little bit of separation now with Grace Featherspow and Carmen Graves. They start to fall back from the rest of the pack, but you know, so far so good.
3 Americans, 2 Canadians, still in
as now it looks
pursuit.
as if Negron of Puerto Rico has jumped out to the lead, just slightly ahead of everybody else. Jessica Ferlan of Canada in third.
3,000 meters.
And now she moves up.
Enter the curve. They will need to negotiate that water jump.
So over that water hurdle now, and
here they come again on the home stretch.
Coming up on the end of this lap, they'll go now into 6 laps remaining as they come towards the start line.
Silver applause for the respective Jennings of the United States of America. Also Graves with Yee also of Canada trying to remain in contact.
And it looks like Katie Rosenberger is still in first place.
You see also of Canada,
and it is indeed Rosenberger of the U.S. Ransberger of the U.S. in first place, followed by Carmen Graves, also of the United States. In fact, the top 3 runners right now, all from the U.S. So the U.S. looking to get the 1-2-3 sweep here, but they can't quite shake Reagan Yee of Canada, who's also in the mix, currently sitting in the 4th spot. So it's the U.S. with the first 3 runners currently, followed by the 2 Canadians, Reagan Yee and Jessica Ferlan. And now they're starting to spread out a bit. 4 laps left to go, coming up on 4 laps remaining. Jennings has maintained the lead throughout of the United States, being paced by her teammate, Carmen Graves, just behind her in second. And then that's Katie Rosberger of the U.S. in the 3rd spot. The Canadian just behind them, Reagan Yee, in the 4th position.
Yes, and Marcellus, this is the time in the race where you start to see the pack separate, right? I imagine that the top 3 Americans are going to try to stick together as long as possible and to try to make that gap between 3rd and 4th maybe a little bit bigger to make it comfortable for them to take the top 3 wins.
Yeah, and you see that happening as we speak, as the 4th place spot right now starts to really look like as if it's going to take some work for her to get back in it. And at some point, teamwork goes out the window, right? For these 3 competitors out front, each one of them wants to win the race. So while you don't mind, you know, seeing running alongside your teammate, at some point it becomes an individual aspect.
Top 3, but I want to be number 1.
Yes, exactly. And we see as we say that, here comes Rosenberger making a move now to go around her teammate, and she pushes out a little bit stronger as well to stay ahead of her. Meanwhile, though, our current leader, Gabrielle Jennings, remains out front as they come up on 3 laps remaining. And she starts to put some distance between her and the rest of the field. So it is Jennings out front. Split time 5:49 is her pace at this stage. Carmen Graves in second, Katie Rosenberger in third, and that's Reagan Yee of Canada sitting in the fourth spot. Here come the other two Canadians as well in the fifth and the sixth positions, and rounding out the field is Alondra Negron of Puerto Rico. And now you can see Gabrielle Jennings really starting to pick up her pace a bit. She's distanced herself from her teammates. Just 2 laps to go.
She would like to also keep it steady in her eyes of the championship record, 9:45.
Boy, what a pace now by Gabrielle Jennings. She has started to pick up her tempo quite a bit.
Yes, I think she's feeling the end of the race coming down soon now, and I think she just wants to be done, but she also wants to get this win.
Yeah, and she'll hear that bell in a short while. Once she hears that thing, you know, it's going to be home stretch time. Gabrielle Jennings about to hear the sound all these distance athletes like to hear. That is the bell for the final lap, and there it is. Gabrielle Jennings into the final lap of this women's 3,000 meter steeplechase. Here come the teammates. Rosenberger now moved into second, Carmen Graves in third position. They'll fight it out, I'm sure, for second and third. Still time for Reagan Yee of Canada in the fourth spot. It's going to take a yeoman's effort, though, if she wants to get back into medal contention. And only one more athlete still to come across that into that final lap is Alondra Negron of Puerto Rico. Meanwhile, out front, Gabrielle Jennings really pushing the pace now as she's streaming toward the final 200 meters. Over the last water hazard will be Jennings. And there it is, gets over that smoothly. And now she's got one more hurdle to overcome, one more jump, and then into the home stretch. Gabrielle Jennings moving toward the finish line. It is Jennings of the U.S. over that final hurdle into the final 15, 20 meters, and it will be Gabrielle Jennings coming toward the finish line. She finishes in 9:34.36 unofficially. And here comes second place, Katie Ransberger, also of the U.S. She gets finished, followed by Carmen Graves. And looks as if Grace Feathershow of Canada will finish. Who will finish in the fourth spot. Great run there by Gabrielle Jennings. 9:34.35, the unofficial time. Followed by Katie Ransberger, her teammate in 9:40. Carmen Graves, also of the United States, gets the bronze at 9:44. And then Reagan Yee of Canada, who gets the fourth spot, 9:54.91 her time. Grace Feathershow of Canada finishing in the fifth spot, 9:59.65, and then we have Jessica Furian of Canada, 10:13.32, and Alondra Negron just crossing the finish line in 9:04. That's not the correct time, definitely not. So we'll get Negron's time. There it is, 10:35.95 is the time for Negron, and so those are your complete times for the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase. Hats off to the young ladies. No small task to be out there for that amount of time going over those hurdles. Job well done. Congratulations to Gabrielle Jennings on winning the gold medal.
I didn't want it because I thought it was like, I like the ropes, bro. And one came with bags on them and everything. Yeah, I have them all. I'll show you.
So the women's 3,000 meters is wrapped up. Meanwhile, here on the long jump, we have our Bahamian competitor back on the runway. This is the triple jump, men's triple jump. And it looks like Christian Hanna about to attack. This is Kaiwan Kulmer, about to attack the runway. Kulmer. And we'll wait to see whether or not the white flag. No, he's going to scratch on that one. A disappointment there for Kulmer. As you see him snap his hands in disgust. He really wanted to pop that one off, but couldn't quite find the board in time. And will now go back to the drawing board, recalibrate his steps, and see if he can get it going there. Janai Perenchev, and they go to the United States athletes right now, celebrating their 1-2-3 win in the women's 3,000 meters. they get the trifecta, they will run the board on the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase. The United States takes first, second, and third. Great performance there in that event. Gabrielle Jennings, the winner. Followed by Katie Ronsberger. And also in there, Carmen Graves.
Well, it's hard to hear them in the house, but I say it's always better in the house. They usually expect the heat and the humidity.
So those are your final standings. Meanwhile, it looks as if they're setting up as the triple jump continues. We're going to have and the young man there is just having a difficult time here. The young man from Bermuda, he's not been doing well in terms of his finding his placement on the board. That's his second scratch here in the triple jump competition. You'd only get so many. And he's going to have to find some way to get himself a good jump at this stage. Again, your final standings, women's 3,000 meters, steeplechase just wrapping up. Gabrielle Jennings of the U.S. winning, followed by Katie Ronsberger and Carmen Graves, all three of the United States. Reagan Yee of Canada in the top four, followed by Grace Feathershow of Canada and Jessica Furian in the sixth spot. Alondra Negron rounding out the field of Puerto Rico. Hey! Here is the triple jump competition, still on the way. Good crowd here on this first night of competition here at these Nacac Championships. Men's triple jump underway.
All right, let's have fun. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Gabrielle Jennings, Katie Ronsberger, and Carmen Graves of the United States of America, leading the U.S. Suite.
So let's see if we can get you an updated standings on the men's triple jump.
By these American athletes. Congratulations. We'll see the back of the podium later this afternoon.
Haven't been able to update my standings quite yet on that, but we can tell you they have been going on there for a while. We'll see if we can find out who the current leader is on the board. Looks as if Kristen Hanner of the Bahamas is about to step onto the runway. And you can see the athletes from the U.S. acknowledging the Prime Minister, saying thank you for hosting us. Good show of sportsmanship there, and I love to see that type of thing. There's Kermit Taylor, one of our longtime photographers. Funny thing, Kermit started out as he still does radio, but he became a photographer because his son competed in track and field, and he just fell in love with it. He's been at every World Championships and Olympics and major track and field events since then. So we have a lot of events to go here on this first night of competition. Ladies high jump is still going on. We're down to just a few competitors now on the ladies side. As we've seen some people bow out of that competition. We'll try to get an update on the standings there as well.
Over here at the high jump is at 1.81. Bermuda carry famous, just her lap approach at that height.
And just jumping just now was Hanner of the Bahamas. Almost scratched his throat. This jump just now. He almost walked onto the. That would have been a huge mistake by him. So Hanna has just finished off his second or third jump in the triple jump area. And we are really working hard to make sure we can tell you guys what the standings are in the high jump and the triple jump. Very difficult position for us right now to be able to see what the height is from where we're sitting. We will try to get an update on that, as well as who the leader is in the men's triple jump. Live coverage of the Nacac Championships, day one, here at the GB Sports Complex. So far, we've had a number of events the women's 400 meters, men's 400 meters, very quickly giving you the qualifiers who advanced through to the finals. On the men's 400 meter side, we gave you the ladies earlier. Christopher Taylor of Jamaica has the fastest qualifying time going into the finale. Next to him will be his teammate Nathan Allen of Jamaica. Bryce Dedman also advances through to the finale with a qualifying time 46.63. Taylor, by the way, ran a 45.50 for the top qualifying time. Nathan Allen in second at 45.85, the second fastest qualifying time, followed by Bryce Dedman of the United States, 46.63. Asa Guevara of Trinidad and Tobago, 47.08, also qualifying with Almeric Firmily of Guadeloupe, 47.24. Kennard Roll of the Bahamas with the sixth fastest time going into the finale, 47.86. Alan LaCroix of Guadeloupe, 48.27, and rounding out the field of qualifiers in the 400 meters will be Rodriguez Renel Pintado, 49.22. So let's take a quick peek over at the high jump competition as they are ongoing. Just two athletes.
Sports complex for the fourth edition of the Nacac Championships. This is the first day of competition.
And it looks like we have 1, 2, 3 competitors remaining in the women's high jump competition. So we are down to see who our overall winner is going to be. These are your medal favorites at this stage. It's just a matter of who's going to finish where. Women's high jump. And it looks like at this stage, and feeling pretty confident, it looks like over there is the young Cuban. 1.85 meters. And we'll see what the bar is set at this stage. What's the bar? What's the bar? And I'll try to get that bar for you in just a second, just to kind of give you an idea of what the bar is now as they roll into the final stages of the women's high jump. Slowly but surely, they've been eliminated by the wayside. We're down to our last 3 competitors.
Yes, definitely the favorite going into this event is going to be Vashti Cunningham, who's actually been having a stellar season this entire time. She's actually about to go now, I believe.
Vashti Cunningham of the United States.
From Antigua Bermuda, Teiko O'Gara.
And clipping the bar as she goes over. And the bar is apparently set at 1.84 meters. 1.84 meters, and a lot of these athletes have cleared that coming in, but of course you got to do it on the competition. I see 1.84 meters still at the women's high jump competition. Now we have the women's triple jump still going on. Things are starting to heat up over there.
John Foreign, again, 24 centimeters separated O'Gara of Antigua Bermuda and Comer.
So next up on the women's high jump now is, again, the bar set at 1.84 meters. And if you're meters challenged like myself, we'll try to get that in feet and inches for you. the joys of Google. Let's see. I'll set Ricky B onto that one. 1.84 meters. Yeah.
All right, now 61. That means he's moving.
And meanwhile, it looks like Kai Wan is back on the runway for the men's triple jump. It is Kaiwan Culmer of the Bahamas ready to go on the runway for the men's triple jump. So Ricky B, did you find out what 1.8?
So I got it for you. 1.84 meters is a little bit over 6 feet.
All right, cool.
So I think you're still a little bit taller than the bar, right?
Yeah, I'm still a little bit taller than the bar. Yeah, I'm good. If they get around 1.9, I start to worry because that means somebody gonna hit
Jumping
me in the head.
over your head? Okay.
Kaiwan Hanna on the runway for the men's triple jump. And he pops off a good one, I think. Let's see if the white flag goes up. And yes, it does. They will measure. Meanwhile, approaching the runway on the high jump and knocking the bar down over there is another one of our high jump competitors. This 1.84 apparently presenting some challenges for our 3 remaining leapers.
1484, so no improvement for Palmer. And again, it's only 6 centimeters separating him from the bronze medal, now being occupied by O'Gara of Antigua Bermuda. And just to conclude, round number 5, the leader of the competition.
So we are seeing how this whole thing plays out in the women's high jump. Cunningham doing well. And oh, we have a clearance at 1.84. Up and over the bar at 1.84 meters. And that is Cunningham, I do believe. Cunningham just clearing 1.84 meters. The young American getting it done. Vashti Cunningham, 1.84 meters clearance. And now the pressure on the rest of the field to keep pace. This looks like the fellow American teammate. This is Rachel Glenn, I do believe.
He wants to feel the support of the
and she clears the height at 1.84. So sometimes you just got to see somebody go over, and then it says, okay, yeah, you start to.
Yeah, she definitely has somebody good to look at. Vashti is definitely somebody who's known for being very super focused when it comes to this high jump, and she gets it from her dad, who's actually used to be an NFL quarterback, I believe.
Randall Cunningham? Are you talking?
Sam Cunningham?
Sam Cunningham, okay.
Right.
I was about to say, is that Randall Cunningham? So I didn't know we had it.
Randall Cunningham,
It
actually.
is Randall
Sorry,
Cunningham. Okay, so
you know
right,
what?
okay.
My expertise is not
Yes.
NFL.
Yeah,
I should have listened to you from the get-go. But yeah, she has that same laser focus that she would have learned from her dad, definitely.
Dad was a great athlete, one of the first original athletic quarterbacks, renowned for his ability to run and do all the other athletic stuff that people first frowned upon. Now has become commonplace in the NFL. In order to be successful, a mobile quarterback, Randall Cunningham. Philadelphia Eagles back in the day.
We're now entering the final round of the men's triple jump final. Up next.
And meanwhile, it looks as if we had another knockdown. These are the Anita Doherty Nacac Open Championships here in Freeport, Grand Bahama. And of course, we give credit to our home company, Rev, Cable Bahamas, Alive, and of course RTV for allowing us to bring you the broadcast as it happens. We have a total of 35 different member nations here in Nacac, all represented, most of them represented here at this particular event. North American, Central American, and Caribbean Championships. That's the acronym NACAC, folks. President Mike Sands, who, by the way, is from the Bahamas. The Vice President of the, or rather the rest of the council members, including Vice President Catherine Jordan of Barbados. We also have the General Secretary, Keith Joseph, who we met him earlier. He came by our studios and said, hope you guys are doing well, from the St. Vincent and Grenadines. And then we have Glenville Jeffers, who is the treasurer, and St. Kitts and Nevis.
We have another Bahamian medal contention up next.
Those are the main council members, members at large, Howard Cornelius, Evelyn Farrell, Calixto Sierra, and Sidoni Mothersill of the Cayman Islands. We have so much action over the next 3 days, folks. I can barely contain the excitement of telling you. This is going to be tremendously exciting. I look forward to being able to witness it and to bring it to you here on our RTV networks. Here in this evening session, just underway. We've already had the semifinals of the women's 400-meter hurdles. That'll be coming your way. We also have had the underway the men's triple jump. Men's 400-meter hurdles, we saw that early. And looking forward to seeing how the women will play out. Also on the agenda for tonight, the steeplechase we saw a short while ago. 1, 2, 3 went to Bahamas, getting it done there. Sorry, went to the United States. That's me wishful thinking with the Bahamas. But steeplechase won by the Americans, 1, 2, 3. So maybe I'm putting that into existence. Maybe soon we will see.
Maybe we'll see the next Bahamian steeplechase runner within the next couple of years.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Ricky, you're still young enough. I could get you back into training. And
you know what? By age, I am young. Ask my knees. They're going to tell you a different story. But I'm sure somebody will come up and take the mantle.
Yes. All right, then. So I'll defer to your knowledge on that one.
Yes, and these games are in tribute to Mrs. Anita Doherty. And if anybody's wondering, she was actually the first Bahamian president for the Bahamas Netball Association.
Yes.
And she also had work in hockey. She's been involved in organizing Carifta, so she's been a very integral part of the Bahamas Sports Association, right? Network in the Bahamas. So these games are being put on in memory of her.
There you go, another improvement for Taiko.
Yeah, and she was, you would be hard pressed. You would be hard.
To respond for the Commonwealth Games final.
You would be hard pressed if you were to go to any sporting event around the country and not see Anita. She was a huge track fan and sports fan in general. You would. If it was happening in the Bahamas, and a lot of times if it was happening international, you would see her at an event, and so her presence will be greatly missed. We certainly feel her passing, that is for sure.
Yes, and the organizing of these games, I think, is right in line with what she would have done too. You know, really working fast and making sure that the Bahamas looks the best that it needs to on the international stage.
Yes. So Kaiwan about to take the runway again. I think this is his final attempt here in the men's triple jump. So he's going to certainly be getting the crowd to pull him along here. So let's see if we'll see if he can pop one off. So we have, meanwhile, a quick update. We have one athlete still with an attempt here at 1:8.84, and here comes Kaiwan down the runway. And he did not have a good jump. He did not pop a good jump just now. He knows that he bows out, gives the crowd a quick salute.
And he will get the red flag for that one, but still a great performance either way.
And I don't think he wanted that jump measured anyway. It was not up to his standard. He hit the board funny as he came on that second, the skip part of it. And, you know, he did not go out the way he quite intended to. I've seen this young man around the track. He's one of our older athletes, still young in terms of, like you said, athletic, but certainly his time is running short. And I think this was one of those events that he would have loved to have done well, particularly here at home. But I've seen him working out daily. He works, has a job, and then still comes out and trains. So this is a good chance for him to really showcase and show what he's been doing.
Yes, and track and field is not a career that you can stay in for a very long time. Unfortunately, you have to get in, get what you want to get, and then get out. So unfortunately, even though people are in their late 20s, early 30s, that's kind of like you're saying a grandma.
That's, you're a veteran in this game at that point. It is a young sport. There are some things that Father Time simply cannot overcome.
Right.
And even with modern training techniques and recovery tools, as we see the young man from Bermuda finally gets a white flag, and they're going to measure for him. But it is just one of those events that, you know, over time, your body starts to pay a toll.
Right.
There are some events you can stick around longer, shot put, maybe discus, where you can be around those a long time. But you're talking about triple jump in particular. It has such a heavy toll on the ankles and the knees. Those type of events you won't be around too long in those ones in terms of pushing beyond the 30-year-old mark.
Definitely, even running as well. It takes a lot of pressure on your knees, your ankle to take a lot out of you. So we see a lot of people retiring early, quote unquote, and going into other things, going into teaching, coaching, these
broadcasting,
sorts of things. Broadcasting, right? But yes, we see a lot of our people going into coaching, and we would like to see a lot of coaching happen within the Bahamas, right? We have so many talented people, and most recently we had Chris Brown, who was actually inducted as the sports.
He's actually here. I saw him earlier.
He is actually here.
Yes, the fireman is here.
Yes.
He said, his first thing he said to me is, he said, man, I didn't remember it being this hot in Grand Bahama. And still, but the fireman is enjoying the heat, if you will. Yeah, so we'll see if we can get him. He did say he's going to stop by and talk with us, so maybe we'll get him at some point, come by and have a word with us. It would be great to have his thoughts on an event of this magnitude being able to be held here in the Bahamas. You remember he had an invitational that took place briefly in the Bahamas when he got it started.
Yes.
The Chris Brown Invitational.
I actually think I participated in
did
that
you
one
really?
or
See?
two times.
Look at that.
1 or 2 times.
Serendipity.
Right? So yes, now he's not just known as the fireman, but now
Yes.
he has a new job, ambassador for sports at large in the Bahamas. So we definitely congratulate him, and it's definitely been a long time coming, and I think he's going to do a great job in that position.
Yes, yes. I think, some people just naturally fit in into a particular thing, and his personality, his passion, I think will carry over. I see Rick Fox, the other person that was made ambassador at large, and I've had a chance to be around him for a long time. Again, great choices as ambassadors at large, and I think they will do well for those posts.
So definitely a lot of good things to look forward to in sports in the coming years in the Bahamas, I'm hoping.
Yeah. We will see as, again, competition continues. Looks as if they've wrapped up the triple jump. We'll see if we can get the standings for you, the overall standings. The high jump, meanwhile, still going on. As the bar will go up, we had some athletes clear 1.84, so the battle for gold medal will continue at a new height. And we'll see what that new height will be. My guess is it'll be right around 1.86 will be the new height. They usually go up a couple of inches, so we'll see how that plays out. Still to come here will be the men's shot put. The women's 100-meter hurdles. We'll see a chance to see Devin Charlton. Both of our parents are here, Laura and Coach Charlton, David Charlton himself. And they will be watching, I'm sure, trying to remain professional, but I've heard Laura lose it a few times. When Devin runs, she completely forgets she's on her. She starts screaming.
Right, it's her daughter, man.
Yeah, it's her daughter. Yeah, it's hard to say you're going to remain, professional at that stage, and I can't say I blame her.
Even as a Bahamian, it's hard just to keep your composure when you see those colors on the track, right? You just want to go crazy. But even Devin has had an absolutely stellar season this year, even going on to become the national record holder in her event.
Yes.
So definitely looking forward to that. And maybe let's see if she breaks another record on home soil.
Hey, why not? I think she's certainly been the class of the women's 100-meter hurdles over the last few years, and continues to really set herself apart. And it just goes to show, again, a testimony to hard work, because this from Purdue onwards, she has been, really putting in so much time to bettering herself at her craft, and it shows in being able to put forward the type of performances she's had. Just recently won at the Commonwealth Games, I think it was, where she was able to secure herself a medal there. And so, it just goes to show you that, sometimes perseverance and being steady is what it is, consistent.
Yes.
And that has really allowed her to remain around this sport and still as a potential medal winner in every single time she steps out there on the track. She's made finals consistently and now able to count those into medals. Yeah, she's definitely been a pillar of consistency. Being someone who ran with her in high school, she's definitely been going from the flat 100, she moved on to the hurdles, and she just kept at it. Yeah. And she's been doing so for years, and now she is the top person
in the hurdles in the Bahamas now. So you kind of have to wonder what's going through her head at any point in time, right?
Yeah, and you know, it talks about being able to understand as well what your strengths are, because understanding, which we talked about when we talked about the 400 meters and why some of those athletes don't now move over into the 800, understanding, okay, I'm a good 400 meter runner, but I'm never going to be necessarily, it's being real with yourself as well. Understanding, okay, that I'm not going to be at a level where I can be truly successful. Let's see if I can try using my speed in another event. And she had the hurdle background. Her dad's a good hurdler back in the day at college level. And so she said, okay, let me try the hurdles. And again, it paid off for her. So I'd like to see more of other athletes understanding, okay, I'm a quarter miler, but I'm not at the 44-second level.
Right.
So I'm right around 46 seconds. So maybe if I try the hurdles, if I'm right around 45 seconds or so, if I can add the hurdles in there, maybe I can utilize that speed. If I can get the hurdles down packed, then I could be a medaler in the 400 meters.
And we actually see a lot of people doing it the opposite way, where they start off in the hurdles and think, you know what, maybe I'm not so technically great at this, but I think that I'm good enough to go down to a flat, and I can run a very good flat because I can run similar times in a hurdle event.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So we see that happening a lot, but Devin actually did it the other way around, which made it a little bit more challenging, right?
Yeah, yeah, obviously, because you got to learn a whole skill set. And
exactly.
Luckily, she had a little bit of background in it and was able to then reclaim it and put in the time, like we said, put the work in, put the effort in to make sure she was able to not only refine her technique, but to excel at her technique. And so now it's paid off again with her ability now to be an Olympic finalist, to be a medalist at the Commonwealth Games, and just overall just showing that you know, once you're able to commit yourself to a task and put that effort in, it pays off a lot of times.
Exactly. And switching, speaking about switching events, actually the world record holder for the 400-meter hurdles, female, Sydney McLaughlin, she has mastered everything, broken her own record a couple of times, right? And now she's looking at going into the 400 flat. And so immediately I think of Shawnee, right?
Yeah.
What is that competition going to look like,
right?
Because we know the standard that Sydney is at, and we obviously know the standard that Shawnee is at, and Shawnee has been dominating for years. So maybe if Shawnee stays long enough in the 400, we can get her and see her against the world record holder in the 400-meter hurdles.
Yes.
But if not, then we'll see her against the Jamaican athletes in the 200.
Yes.
Right. So anywhere you put it, I think it's going to be stiff competition.
Yeah, yeah. It's going to be interesting. It's been. You know, when I look at the way the Jamaicans have dominated the shorter sprints, especially on the ladies' side, I should say, with the 1 and the 200 meters and the way they've been able to really basically hold court there. And if Shawnee can now go down to the 200 meters and kind of rattle that cage a little bit, you know, that would be interesting. It would certainly really be interesting.
It would be definitely very interesting, and I think it would be nice to have a little bit of turquoise and gold in between that green and gold, right?
Yeah, certainly. I'd love to see it happening. Yes. The opening ceremony is like about ready to get rolling here at the GB Sports Complex. We'll have those for you here on RTV. That'll be just a few short moments from now, as soon as they wrap up the women's high jump. We'll be able to see how that plays out. And again, it looks as if the women's high jump is actually just wrapped up. Or are they setting the bar at a new height? I think they are setting up the bar at a new height. I'll try to update you quickly on that and give you an idea of how things are rolling along in that competition. It says here the event is still going on. So yes, they're all still going on in the high jump. The bar has gone up a little bit higher. So let's see if we can find you more on that. The women's 100-meter hurdles will be coming up very, very shortly with heat number 1. And we'll see a good chance to see Denisha Cott right there in that event once they do get rolling. Again, we're just, that'll be right after the opening ceremonies. The opening ceremony is about ready to start here at the stadium. We'll kick things over to the announcer there and give you that in a few short, but meanwhile, they're still wrapping up the competition in the women's high jump. Looks as if the triple jump went to Chris Bernard of the United States. I see an American flag in the hands of Chris Bernard, which would signify usually that he is the winner. We'll try to get you updated on that as quickly as we can. Opening ceremonies for these Nacac Athletic Championships coming up here on RTV's networks. Again, thank you and welcome to all of our viewers, wherever you may be from, wherever you're watching us. If you're watching us on your televisions or if you're watching online, we say thank you so much for making us a part of your track and field experience. Coming to you live from Grand Bahama here in the Bahamas, the 4th edition of the Nacac Track and Field Championships.
Your men's triple jump winner, Chris, the first man over 60 meters today, and great end the season with a gold medal here in the Bahamas. What does that feel? Enjoying the calypso, the atmosphere from the Bahamians here.
Feels good, definitely feels good. End the season with the W is always a good way to end the season. Definitely glad to get over 16. Was hoping to try to break the meet record, but didn't get there quite yet. But feels good to win, and feels good to end the season on a high note.
Well, now I guess you might be looking to some holidays as well. Any plans here for the remainder of your stay in the Bahamas?
Definitely. Go to the beach, eat some good food, maybe do some jet skis, anything. Just have a good time for the rest of the trip. Well deserved. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Bernard, your men's triple jump final champion. And remember to try some conch salad. I love it. For the women's high jump. I'm excited to welcome here London Olympics. Chris, to your welcome home here to this championship that he's made by Bahamas. One of his friends actually came with him. A lost phone, so Chris, make sure that your friend retrieves that phone. And when you go back to the exact same location where you were seated, and then will you be able to retrieve that phone? Chris Brown and companies again. Welcome to one of the greatest Bahamian athletes, the multiple world and Olympics medalist, the quarter miler, Chris Brown.
Yeah, how about Chris Brown, representing the Bahamas for so many years, and with great pride, he is now, we will honor you correctly, His Excellency, Chris Brown, in the studio.
That's amazing. Great to see past and present stars for Bahamian athletics and other countries here present for the Nacac. For the 4th edition of the Nacac Open Championships. Remember to keep the stands clean as we found it earlier today at the Bahamas Grand Bahama Sports Complex. Thank you for joining us.
Alright. Tell us. Stand by. You can come back till I get it.
And we are back with our coverage of the Nacac Championships. They weren't quite ready with those opening ceremonies yet, so we had to interpret back and get you up to speed again. Just great for the give you the results. The U.S. did take the high jump. They won gold and silver. Good job. Ceremony. For the U.S. and that they won the steeplechase. And Rachel Glenn would have been the 1-2 finishers, and just trying to find out who would have finished third in the women's high jump. Meanwhile, the triple jump competition won by the U.S. there as well. That was won in grand fashion on the men's side by Chris Bernard of the United States.
Yes, another event that took place a little bit earlier was the women's hammer throw, and another 1-2 for the U.S. In that event, we have Cassana Void and Brooke Anderson, who took the 1 and 2 from the U.S., and then we have Jillian Weir from Canada, who took third place. So the top two finishers, we have a 71.51 meters and 68.66 meters. So a very good showing from the two Americans, and then we had one Bahamian actually in the women's hammer throw. Speaking about Bahamians taking on different events.
Oh, good. So now I know. So Taji Thurston, Taji Thurston was the Bahamian that competed in the hammer throw. She did not medal, obviously, but just new to the event, and good performance for her to actually be out there. Good chance to get her feet wet. She finishes in the 6-woman field. She finishes 6 overall, but certainly it's got to be a good feeling to her to be able to be out there against that level of competition, be able to see what it's going to take to be successful.
Especially when you're just trying out new things, or when you're when you haven't been in the sport for that long. It's just a lot of experience in even showing up to these things, being able to see people compete of a certain caliber. And a part of being in athletics is just going out there and competing.
Yes.
We find even a lot of the best competitors, when they don't compete, they don't do as well in the bigger events.
And there's a good look at the infield now as we are setting up for tonight's opening ceremonies. And I see some of the nation flags being walked out again. We got 37 member nations of NACAC and member federations. 35, sorry. Very quickly running through them all for you in case you don't know who they are. NACAC member federations: Anguilla, Antigua and Barbuda, Aruba. Here, of course, the host country: Bahamas, Barbados, Bermuda, Belize. Then we move into the seas, and there you can see all the flags right there. Canada, Cayman Islands, Costa Rica, Cuba, Dominican Republic, El Salvador, Grenada, Guatemala, Guadeloupe, Martinique, Haiti, Honduras, U.S. Virgin Islands, British Virgin Islands, Jamaica, and of course St. Lucia, Mexico, Montserrat, Nicaragua, Puerto Rico, St. Kitts and Nevis, Turks and Caicos, Trinidad and Tobago, US of A, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Curacao, and St. Martin. Those are your 35 member nations here. And you can see, again, all the nation flags out there on the track as we get ready for the start of our opening ceremonies here at the GB Sports Complex. Won't be long now, as they say, and then we will be officially underway. And let's swing it now to the beginning of our opening ceremonies. We take it right back to our stadium announcer to give you as tonight's opening ceremonies get underway.
And Caribbean Athletic Association, the Ministry of Youth Sports and Culture, and Ministry for Grand Bahama welcomes you to the official opening ceremony of the 2022 Anita Doherty Nacac Open Championships under the theme, A Taste of Grand Bahama, powered by Cable Group of Companies. At this time, please stand for the opening prayer by the President of the Grand Bahama Christian Council, Reverend Kenneth Lewis. Please remove all hats in reverence.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we pause today to give you thanks for this wonderful day that you have blessed us with. We ask your continued blessings and favor as we as a community and nation host the Anita Doherty Nacac Open Championship. We ask, O Heavenly Father, that you would bless each and every nation represented here. May the genuine love, camaraderie, and sportsmanship be the ingredients that bind us together as citizens of all the world. Protect all athletes from injury or harm. Every official, visitor, worker, as we all seek to build a better community and world. We ask now, tabernacle with us, grant divine favor to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, our Prime Minister, our government, and all officials. We thank you in Jesus' name. And all say,
Please remain standing as we honor flag and country with the singing of the Bahamian National Anthem. We will now have the Parade of Nations.
Lift up your head to the rising sun, Bahamaland. March on to glory, your bright banner waving high. See how the world marks the manner of your bearing. Pledge to excel through love and unity. Pressing onward, march together to a common loftier goal. Steady sunward, though the weather hide the white and tread lead unto your God. March on, Bahama land.
We will now have the parade of nation flags. The flags will be carried by students from various schools throughout Grand Bahama and led by students of the Bishop Michael Eldon School in honor of Anita Doherty. Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, Belize, British Virgin Islands, Canada, Cayman Islands, Cuba, Dominica, Dominican Republic, El Salvador, Grenada, Guadeloupe, Guatemala, Haiti, Jamaica, Martinique, Mexico, Puerto Rico, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad and Tobago, Turks and Caicos, USA, U.S. Virgin Islands, and finally, your 2022 Nacac host, the Bahamas. Get ready to move to the beat as we welcome the sounds of the Bahamas Brass Band. At this time, make welcome the president of the B3As, Dramico Archer.
Okay, I'm in the middle of the opening ceremony. I can't talk. I gotta hang up.
The Honorable Philip Brave Davis, Prime Minister and Drum Major. The Honorable Minister Ginger Moxie, Minister of Grand Bahama. The Honorable Mario Bolag, Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture. Her Excellency Leslie Bryce, CEO of World Athletics, John Ridgen, President of the North American, Central American, and Caribbean Athletic Associations, President Mike Sands, NACAC Council members, B3A's Executive Board members, the GP3A's board members, ministers, senators, and senior government officials, Dr. Daniel Johnson, former Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the President of the Christian Council, Kenneth Lewis, the Doherty and the Gregory family, officials, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My fellow visitors, athletes, coaches, distinguished guests and fans of all nations near and far, I say it's a great day to be alive. With all that's going on in the last 2 years, and is still going on in large measure, once again, I have to say it is a great day to be alive. Hello, Grand Bahama. In 1954, it was the financial tycoon Sir Wallace Grove who built the city of Freeport, indelibly changing the face of a beautiful island called Grand Bahama. Investors from all over the world have flocked to a place we fondly refer to as the greatest city. It is the magic city of Grand Bahama. This weekend, athletes from the region intend to make magic here before our very own eyes. And the presence of our guests is an economic stimulus for Grand Bahama and the continued push for a new sporting industry for the Bahamas. Almost 3 years, there are many of you who recall loved ones. Almost 3 years ago, there are many of you who recall loved ones and fellow Grand Bahamians lay bloody, bruised, homeless, many losing loved ones in the wake of Hurricane Dorian. But Grand Bahamians and Abaconians remain undefeated and heads unbowed. Just like he sent the rainbow after the flood, he sent the sun to Grand Bahama, and look at God. Grand Bahamians, the athletes from 29 countries and fans, corporate Grand Bahama, this is for the legendary, iconic educator and sports pioneer, Anita Doherty. But not only is it for Anita Doherty, it is for you, the people of Grand Bahama. I am so very pleased to say that this is the first international track and field event here in Grand Bahama, and Minister Bolag promises that this will not be the last. Today we have made history with over 600 athletes and team officials, the largest number ever assembled for these championships. I personally take no credit in being able to pull this event off here in Grand Bahama, for without the help, support, and commitment of the Prime Minister, who believes in the power of sport, together with his government, the commitment of our international body, World Athletics, our regional body, Nacac, our local body, the B3As, our island association, the GB3As, our LOC, our sponsors, athletes, coaches, and officials, volunteers. You have all made this possible. I wish to make special mention of the incredible work of the local organizing committee under the leadership of Siobhania McBride and Perez Cooper, chairpersons of these games. And our very own, the Deputy Managing Director, Norris Bain, who has done an amazing job getting this facility in tip-top shape. I hasten to be extremely cautious to name beyond this, because there are simply too many invaluable contributors to this event to mention, given my limited time to speak. To everyone who make up the OC, please all take a bow. However, I would be even more out of order if I failed to profusely thank our sponsors: the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, the Ministry of Grand Bahama, the Ministry of Tourism, Cable Group of Companies, our title sponsor, Grand Bahama Power, Hutchinson Ports, Focal, FTX, Sawyer's Fresh Market, City of Freeport Council, Curly Tails Services, B&B Galaxy, and Bahamas Air. Thank you all for coming out. Enjoy the meet. And once again, I say, it is great to be alive. Thank you.
We will now have remarks by the President of Nacac, Mike Sands.
Standing on the protocol established, good evening, everyone. In the inimitable days, as President of North American, Central American, and the Caribbean Athletic Association, commonly known as Nacac, I bring greetings to you. Welcome to the Bahamas to our athletes and visitors. Welcome to Freeport, Grand Bahama. For the next few days, you are in the capital of Nacac track and field athletics. We as Bahamians are delighted that we have achieved this milestone of hosting on Grand Bahama the Anita Doherty Nacac Open Championship. What a beautiful historic occasion and history that we are today. As part of Nacac and the Bahamian, emotions run high, and words cannot adequately express the immense joy that marks this moment in our sporting and athletics history. To know that our reigning queen of track and field athletics, Shanae Miller-Rubo, will headline the Bahamas' team before a Bahamian crowd is fitting tribute to Nacac as it hosts its largest ever championship in the home of one of its smallest and immensely successful member federation, the B3As. We thank those member federations present whose athletes have already agreed to represent their respective countries. Indeed, we express our gratitude to all participants and wish you well in the competition. I want to welcome the Bahamas for the support that they have given us, not only financial, but the manpower support in which you step forward to help us overcome some obstacles that have made us be able to be here at this moment. Nacac, arguably the most successful area athletics family, in the World Athletics family, will showcase the abundance of athletics talent we possess. Regardless of size, Nacac member federations have shown immeasurable commitment to the development of our sport and will continue to do so. I'm always reminded of the words of Nelson Mandela that says, sport has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people, and it speaks to a language that young people understand. Grand Bahama, I urge you to savor these moments. As President Archer noted, there are a number of athletes here, some 500-600 athletes, coaches, and officials. They are representing 36 countries. They undoubtedly will compete in the spirit of competition and probably become friends for life in many instances. So all of you, I encourage you to lend your support to this event by coming out and inviting your friends to join us. May this be the first step in new Grand Bahamian initiative in the ongoing development of track and field athletics in our beautiful nation. We are Nacac. God bless you all.
Make welcome the CEO of the World Athletics Federation, John Regent.
Well, good evening, and I stand on the protocol already established. Now, it's a real pleasure to be at these Nacac Area Championships here in Grand Bahama. Can I start by paying tribute to Anita Doherty, which these championships have been dedicated to. She was a sport pioneer and a huge supporter of track and field. She was undoubtedly an inspiration to many and will be greatly missed. She would have also, I'm confident, wanted to celebrate the fantastic season of track and field athletics that we've all enjoyed so far in 2022. But of course, it's not over yet. What we will see over the next 3 days will be the icing on the cake of what has been an amazing few months for athletes from the Nacac region. Athletes like Shauna Miller-Weibo, Devon Charlton, and Sharika Jackson will all be lining up again, once again this weekend.
Everybody, clap your hands. Feel that rhythm, the rhythm, the rhythm. Feel that rhythm. Turn it up now. Feel that rhythm, the rhythm, the rhythm. Feel that rhythm. Feel that rhythm, the rhythm, the rhythm. Feel that rhythm. Feel that rhythm, the rhythm, the rhythm. Feel that rhythm. I can't wait to play mass again. Play mass again. Been waiting the whole year. Jump and wave, lift me in. I bump and ride out and drink with my friends. Just to do that to be hunted. Line up for the garden. And I will tell her, yeah, take it down. Handle your bumper, turn it around. Turn it around, turn it around. Yeah, that wine
remarks by the Honorable Ginger Moxie, Minister for Grand Bahama and Member of Parliament for the Pine Ridge constituency.
Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Davis, Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the Honorable Mario Boleg, other government officials, Nacac executives, B3A's executives, officials, coaches, and athletes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sports in Paradise and another grand day on Grand Bahama Island. It is indeed an honor to host the Anita Doherty Nacac Open Championships 2022 here on Grand Bahama Island. Today we are witnessing history, the commencement of this world-class event on Grand Bahama, an event renamed in honor of a woman who was a legend in our community and who made significant contributions in the areas of youth, education, and athletics in the Bahamas, the late, great Mistress Anita L. Doherty. The collaborative effort between NACAC, the B3As, World Athletics, the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, and the team at the Ministry for Grand Bahama has made this grand day a reality. We all know that Grand Bahama Island is still recovering from the devastation caused by Hurricane Dorian in 2019. However, over the past 90 days, through collaboration, we have worked diligently to bring this world-class event to our beautiful shores. The Davis Cooper administration is appreciative of all of the visiting teams for participating in this event, and we are committed to supporting the brand of Sports in Paradise and Grand Bahama Island as the home of events and entertainment. The Anita Doherty Nacac Open Championships 2022 will be a wonderful boost to our economy and the island's tourism numbers. Thank you for supporting Grand Bahama, and have a beautiful weekend on beautiful Grand Bahama. I would like at this time to call to the podium John Doherty Jr., the son of the late great legend Anita L. Doherty. Yes. John, today, on this 19th day of August 2022, it gives me great pleasure to present to the family and to John. Anita Doherty was my high school PE teacher and principal, and I love her so much. She gave so much to this community, and she actually mentored me as a young girl. And so today, the plaque reads, in honor of the late Mistress Anita L. Doherty, for her extraordinary contributions to athletics and education in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the indelible mark she left on the Grand Bahama community that will shine forever. And this is not just on my behalf, but on behalf of our Prime Minister, I'm saying right, but the Honorable Philip Brave Davis. Thank you so much. Okay. Want to say something?
Coming next to bring remarks, please welcome the Honorable Mario Bowleg, Minister of Youth, Sports, and Culture.
Grand Bahama, how are you feeling? You know, it's given me great pleasure to bring some brief remarks to you, but I'm not going to even bring you no remarks. I'm just going to say to you, Grand Bahama, we could have easily held this event in Nassau. But Grand Bahama, we've only just begun. The romance is not over. This administration have a lot of love for you. We intend to make this the sporting capital of the Bahamas. These acres you see around you now in the next few months are going to be well developed to draw even more international competitions from various disciplines. And so without further ado, because we all want to see what's happening on the track and not waste too much time looking at me speaking. So I would like for all of you to stand. Please stand as I welcome to the podium the leader of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, our Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Brave Davis.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the Honorable Philip Brave Davis.
Good afternoon. Please be seated. I would adopt the protocol that has been established with which to extend a special welcome to Mr. John Ridgeon, the CEO of the World Athletics. He reminded me that he was in the Bahamas in 1992 as an athlete, practicing for some particular games at that time. Well, welcome back. And I want to welcome to Grand Bahama, the home of NBA great Buddy Hield and the WNBA's MVP, Jonquel Jones. And let us not forget your Olympians, Michael Matthew, Andre Colebrook, Demetrius Pinder, Donald Thomas, Antonia Gaither. Of the 6 area associations under the World Athletics umbrella, the North American, Central American, and Caribbean region, NACA, is the most dominant in terms of performance. This 36-member union, inclusive of 5 associate members, has produced some of the world's best athletes. Over the next 3 days, the more than 400 athletes representing their respective countries will compete in 45 events, where the chances of setting new world championship and personal best records will be even greater, further solidifying the region's dominance. This great feat should not go unnoticed, especially since Nacac was the last of the 6 area associations to host a senior continental athletics competition. The inaugural edition, held in 2007 in San Salvador, El Salvador, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas being just the 4th and 2nd English-speaking country to stage this grand event. As many of you are aware, this small but powerful country is no stranger to hosting world-class sporting events, having hosted the World Relays 3 consecutive years, 2014, 2015, and again in 2017. We would love to have you and the next edition of the World Relays return home to the Bahamas. And negotiations are well on the way. It was no accident that I singled out the CEO of the World Athletics body. The Commonwealth of the Bahamas is also the home of Nacac, as well as the World Olympic 400 meters champions, Shawnee Miller Yubo and Steve Gardner. We have also produced top sprinters, hurdlers, long and high jumpers, and once ruled supreme in both sprint and 400 meters. This country is just a piece of the puzzle as far as regional dominance is concerned. There is Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Canada, and the United States, just to name a few. Of the 3 world records set at the recently held World Championships in Eugene, Oregon, 1 came from the Nacac region. American Sydney McLaughlin set a new world record in the women's 400 meters hurdles in an impressive time of 50.68 seconds. I don't think that's correct. I thought it was 40-something, but I will take that. Jamaica's Shelly Ann Fraser-Price and Sharika Jackson were double medalists and are expected to lead the Team Jamaica at these championships. A number of championship records were also set by athletes from the region, this at the World Championships and the Commonwealth Games held a few weeks ago in Birmingham, United Kingdom. We cannot forget the performances of other athletes of this region at meets earlier this year who will be looking to turn in better times, heights, and distances this weekend. This newly renovated facility, the Grand Bahama Sporting Complex, is the perfect place to leave your mark as it is internationally certified thanks to Mondo. As we get set to witness some fierce competition on the track and field, we want to express our gratitude to those who worked to bring us these contests. Special thanks to Nacac President, our own Mike Sands, and his executive team for having the confidence in.
We don't care what the people say. Once the music hit the brain, so much powers I can't explain. Until that golden day when the Father take me away. All of my friends are saying, I'm phenomenal. I'm phenomenal. You're phenomenal. I'm phenomenal. I'm phenomenal. Phenomenal. We're phenomenal. Yeah, yeah. So God just give me powers. Yeah, to
What a wonderful, very exciting opening ceremonies we just had for the 4th edition of the Anita Doherty Nacac Open Championships 2022. Coach Wayne in the house.
Here with us, gentlemen and gentlemen, here we have it. Our second global medals from the Bahamas will be in action momentarily in the women's 100-meter hurdles, but we have 4 more finals this evening. 2 on the track, that will be the women's 5,000 meters, as well as the men's 10,000. Stay with us. We got 2 more finals in the field, the men's shot put and the women's discus. This is day number 1 of the 4th edition of the Anita Doherty Nacac Open Championships. And as you heard, the largest ever participation in the history, in the 15-year history of this very young event here in Freeport, Grand Bahama. Thank you for joining us. Muchas gracias.
Okay, Javier, and we're going to say a special thank you to all of our sponsors. Our title sponsor, the Cable Group of Companies. Our silver sponsors, Grand Bahama Power Company Limited. Bronze sponsor, Hutchinson Port Holdings, Freeport Container Port, and the Freeport Harbor Company. Additional sponsors, Ministry for Grand Bahama, the Bahamas Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture, the Bahamas Ministry of Tourism, Grand Bahama Port Authority, FTX, Focal, Freeport Oil Company Limited, Sawyer's Fresh Market, City Port Council, Curly Tail Services, B&B Galaxy, and Bahamas Air. We want to say a special thank you to all of our proud partners and sponsors for making this championships a grand success. Just a few housekeeping matters. We want to remind all of our guests, visiting guests, our spectators, we have Nacac shirts, souvenirs on sale at the northern part of the stadium, at the top of the track, on the grass area. And also, we want to invite you, please, go out and support our concession stands at the front of the stadium. So just a little bit of housekeeping. We're getting ready for some exciting rounds of the 100-meter female and 110-meter men hurdles. On the field will be the rounds of the men's shot put, and the women discus will be starting over at the southern end of the track.
Well, how about a few words in Spanish here for our Spanish-speaking nations? Bienvenidos a Freeport, Grand Bahama, para la edición número 4 del Campeonato Abierto de Nacac, Anita Doherty, para los amigos de El Salvador, Guatemala, México. Qué bello esa bella bandera tricolor de México, Cuba, Puerto Rico. Bon, quelques mots de bienvenue aussi à nos amis francophones de la Martinique, Guadeloupe. Vous êtes où, mes amis? Brava. On vous verra ici sur la piste, dans les événements des épreuves également. Donc, thank you all. Bienvenidos a nuestros amigos también de todos los países de habla hispana presentes aquí en la 4ª edición del Campeonato Norte Centroamericano y del Caribe. Stay tuned. Competition will resume momentarily with the women's 100-meter hurdles, and then we'll have another global medalist from the Bahamas in action in a few minutes. Ya se acercan las atletas para reanudar la competencia con la prueba de los 100 metros con vallas.
Also, we have at the northern end of the track on the grass area, Alive, one of our title sponsor, selling devices. If you want your MiFi, they have that on sale. Their phones, devices for sale, top-ups, and all lights. Roaming, all right here. You don't have to go anywhere. Right here at the stadium, northern end on the grass. Alive.
Closer to me.
All right, so the opening ceremonies are all done. Thanks to the dignitaries and everybody else for being patient as we got through that, and now getting ready for the resumption of competition. Marcellus Hall alongside Ricky Barry here, and as we get set to continue with day one of competition, we're going to take a break here on our television broadside of things to go to our newscast, but we will continue with action here on our live stream. So those of you that are tuning in there will be able to continue watching what's happening. And then speaking of which, we do have the women's 100-meter hurdles. Those are just around the corner. We have the men's shot put, the women's discus, women's 200 meters, and the men's 200 meters, the 5,000 meters, and the 10,000 meters will wrap up day one. But right now, we are set to head on back to our studios for our news break. Meanwhile, we invite you to stay tuned here on our live stream as action continues at Nacac. And we welcome back our viewers on Facebook and YouTube as we continue our coverage of the Nacac Track and Field Championships here on day one. The GB Sporting Complex is the home of this year's 4th edition of this event, and so far it has been pretty exciting. We've had some great events taking place so far today, including preliminary rounds of the women's 400 meters. We had the high jump, the 3,000 meter steeplechase, all kinds of good stuff happening here, and still more to come. Ricky, and just excited about, in particular, seeing these hurdles here, the 100-meter hurdles. They're all set up.
A big name in this event is Devin Charlton. Everybody's been looking forward to seeing Devin back on the home track again. So we're looking forward to her doing great things. Like we mentioned before, she is the national record holder in this event. So definitely not just the Bahamas, but internationally, everybody's going to be looking at Devin in this race.
Yeah, we've had a lot of good hurdlers in the women's 100 meters over the time. You know, of course, Devin has been the class of that. But we've had others. Patria Seymour, who's also been doing very well in this event. Olympic and Olympian is in her own right. And so we have some others who are coming up. Denisha Cartwright, who we're going to see actually in this first heat. They've all been kind of staking a new claim for the Bahamas in these hurdle events because, you know, this is uncharted territory, if you will, but it has been good. So I'm just looking forward to seeing how it plays out. We can see some of the runners already in the starting blocks for heat number 1. Here they go. The introduction of the athletes taking place. Lane 3 will belong to Megan Tapper of Jamaica, and the Bahamas with Denisha Cartwright in lane number 4. Paola Vasquez will occupy lane 5, and next to her will be Michelle Harrison of Canada. Alicia Johnson of the United States is in lane 7, and in lane 8 will be Greasy Lazaro Robles Acevedo.
Yes, and we just heard a very big applause for Denisha Cartwright.
Yes.
The Bahamians out here are very excited. The energy is electric out here. Everybody is waiting to see what are the results of this first heat of the 100-meter hurdles.
And not a whole lot of room for error in this type of race. Obviously, you got to get over the hurdles cleanly and also, at the same time, put forward good time. So it's a very technical race. And sometimes it's not always the fastest person that wins it. It's always the person, though, that runs the smoothest race in the shortest possible time. So there you have it. So there is the young lady right there from Cuba in lane number 8. That's Acevedo. And we'll see again how this thing plays out. But it's going to be anybody's race. I mean, a race of this short distance, it's all about how well you can get over the hurdles with as few mistakes as possible.
Yes, and we're definitely looking at the first 2 hurdles in particular. The start is really important in this sort of race. It kind of shows how the rest of your race is going to go.
Yes. There's a good look at Alicia Johnson of the United States in lane 7. So may have to watch out for her. She comes in with one of the fastest times. Michelle Harrison, also somebody to look out for of Canada. And we will, of course, be watching Denisha Cartwright of the Bahamas in lane number 4. They are in the blocks and getting ready to start this thing off. Again, getting to that first hurdle and getting over cleanly will be tantamount to success. And they are off and running very quickly. It's Jamaica and lane 7. That's Alicia Johnson off and running. But look at Jamaica. That is indeed Megan Tapper, who was out front. And it'll be Tapper taking first place. Alicia Johnson making a bit of a run at the end, the charge, but she was unable to catch up. 12:62 is your winning time. Megan Tapper of Jamaica. And you saw Alicia Johnson coming on strong. 12:68 to finish in second. And Michelle Harris of Canada, 13:17, able to finish in the third position. And so a good run there by those 3 competitors, finishing in the top 3. Megan Tapper, 12:62 unofficially in first, and Denisha Cartwright able to finish 6th at 13:56. And again, we'll give you the full race in just a second. It was Tapper in 12:61 in first, followed by Alicia Johnson, 12:67. Michelle Harrison of Canada, 13:16 was third. And Paola Vasquez, Puerto Rico, 13:33. Cuba, 13:42. That's Acevedo in the 5th spot, and then we saw Denisha Cartwright in that 6th spot, 13:55. But a good race to start things off in these women's hurdles. We'll see what Devin Charlton does when she comes up in her heat, but certainly off to a good start there. 12:61 is a good start for Megan Tapper of Jamaica.
Yes, definitely a great run from the Jamaican. She got out early and she just maintained until the end. There was really nobody who was really giving her any competition, but I think in a race like this, that's what you want, right?
Yeah, exactly. And we saw again the young American there, Alicia Johnson, came on strong. Just lost out by a couple hundredths of seconds, but again, Tapper got off to such a good start. By the time that we saw Johnson try to get back into the race, she just ran out of time. She just ran out of track. There is a good look at some of the competitors now in the men's event coming up. This will be the men's shot put. Getting ready to get rolling. Good stuff indeed. There's a good look at the competitors in the men's shot put, getting ready to get underway in just a short while. They're going through their final set of warm-up tosses, and then the action will get going there. But we still have some more hurdles to come your way. Heat 2 is about to get going now, and let's take a look at those lane assignments. 4th onto the track for lane 3. Crystal Morrison of Jamaica will be in 4, with Merlene Jean of Haiti in lane 5. Devin Charlton, the aforementioned Bahamian national record holder, will be in lane number 6, alongside Nancy Gabriela Sandoval of ESA, and then we have Delena Rolvan of Guadeloupe in lane number 8. So those are your lane assignments for the second of our heats in this 100-meter hurdles. That's El Salvador. Sandoval in lane 7 representing El Salvador. So again, we will look forward to seeing that second heat. Still getting ready for that one. Meanwhile, as we mentioned, we have some other events going on. The men's shot put on the agenda for tonight. We'll definitely be keeping you abreast of that particular event as they get rolling there as well. Ricky, I'm surprised, and you know, we know Grand Bahamians love track and field, and but the crowd has been consistent throughout.
Yes.
You know, the first morning session took place, and you know, as we got ready to go here tonight, the stands filled up quickly, and they have remained here even through the opening ceremonies and ready to continue action here tonight.
Yes, like you said, even through the opening ceremonies, everybody stayed right where they were. Everybody was so passionate about the dancing, the speeches, everything. But as we're out here now, where we have the major part of the competition going on, we still see those amount of people. We still see the stands even where the ministers are sitting. Everybody's packed, standing to the edges, waiting to see what's going to come out of this next race.
Yes, indeed. And so we will keep a watchful eye on that second heat coming up with Devin Charlton. Meanwhile, as we mentioned, the men's shot put is just underway. The women's discus also set to get going in just a short while from now. Following these 100-meter hurdles will be the 200-meter preliminary rounds. That should be exciting as well. There's a good look at Devin on the track. You're seeing her going through her warm-ups. You know, I just love this young lady. She really exemplifies the Bahamian spirit. She's not the biggest competitor out there. You look and you see some of the athletes. She's short of stature, but you know what? She doesn't let that hinder her at all. Kind of reminds me of you, Ricky. You know, and the short of stature that is. You know.
You know what? The biggest and best prizes come in the smallest packages.
Listen, I'm with you on that one. You know, I cannot argue. This is indeed the case. So I got to go along with that.
But yes, as a smaller athlete, you kind of have to rely on your power because you can't rely on strength, on length, sorry. So you have to really power out and try to power forward. So a lot of times that's what Devin is going to try to do. She's going to try to beat you to the end and get there quicker, but you may take less steps.
Yeah, and she's a technician, right? And like you say, because she's shorter, technique becomes absolutely paramount. The way she gets over the hurdles, that lead leg really carries her through. She's really good at timing it. She doesn't have the stutter. She really understands the difference. 1-2 bang, 1-2 bang, and she's right there and getting that lead leg up and over the hurdles, getting it down quickly and able to and move on to the next hurdle. And that's really what's been helping her to be as successful as she has this season.
Yes, technique is something that she definitely is top in. There's rarely a time, if ever, that she makes a mistake over the hurdles. So I think a lot of the competition, they're just going to have to beat her flat out with speed because I think she's going to take them on technique every time.
There are some of the competitors now for the men's shot put. Young man from Honduras. And some of the other athletes. As a matter of fact, we'll give you the start list for the men's shot put. O'Dane Richards of Jamaica. Roger Steen of the United States. Eldred Henry of the British Virgin Islands. That's Wamana Stewart of Trinidad and Tobago. Adrian Triperi of the United States. Zach Short of Honduras. We just saw him a few seconds ago on your screen. Rickson Opont of Haiti. Gomez Juan Cali Vasquez of Cuba. And Jorge Luis Contreras of Puerto Rico.
Coming in with a time of 14.05 seconds.
So here we go now. Competition underway in the men's shot put.
This is your second and final meeting of the women's.
And a rather untraditional gravel pit for the shot put event. But again, on the short notice, 90 days, remember, to get this thing sorted out, and this is what we were able to get done.
Yes, you do start to see where some cuts had to have been made for this event. But again, 90 days is not a lot of time to put together an international event. And based on what everyone had, what Grand Bahama was working with, I think they still did a great job.
Quickly back to the start now of the 100-meter hurdles. This is our second heat, and I see a lot of empty lanes there, guys. Some competitors not showing up for the competition. They're still now in lane 3. Looks like just going to be Tania Marshall, Devin Charlton, Nancy Sandoval, and Delana Rulvon will be out there. And they are underway. Charlton over the hurdles very quickly on the inside. And Charlton making up some ground here as they come towards the finish line. Can she get back into first place position? It's going to be tight. But Charlton just nipped at the start, at the finish line, I do believe, by Marshall of the United States. We will wait, and it is Tania Marshall, 12.75, who finishes in first place. Right behind her, though, was Devin Charlton, 12.76. Boy, just 1/100th of a second to separate the two athletes. So Devin was right on her heels. That's going to be interesting when they roll over to the finals.
And actually, this was a race that may have been easy to predict and actually went according to, I think, everybody's prediction because the two have actually come into this race fairly close. They're both coming in with season bests of 12.46 in this event. So they were head-to-head coming into this, and they were head-to-head leaving this.
Yeah, that's how it shaped up. They said the times coming in were close, and it played out just as you mentioned, as we would have expected. So Tania Marshall, 12.74 in first, followed by Devin Charlton, 12.75, and Delia Rolvan of Guadalupe finishing that third spot, 13.64, and Sandoval of El Salvador, 14.21, finishing in the fourth spot. Morrison of Jamaica and Jean of Haiti, non-starters for this second heat. See if maybe we can get a look back at that race. Meanwhile, the shot put continues. So as I look at the qualifiers now for the next round of the hurdles, the 8 qualifying runners. I see 9 qualifiers now, so they will see how this works. Looks as if Megan Tapper will have the best qualifying time coming in lane number 1. She's the tough qualifier, 12.62. Alisa Johnson, 12.68, and then Tonia Marshall, a 12.75 is the 3rd fastest qualifying time. Devin Charlton with a 12.76 has also qualified for the finale. Michelle Harrison, 13.17. Paola Vasquez, 13.34, and then we see Robles of Cuba, 13.43, and Denisha Cartwright could possibly move through. We'll see. It's going to be between her and Ro Vaughn of Guadalupe, and we'll see which one of them will get the nod, although I do see here as a qualifier it'll be Ro Vaughn of Guadalupe. I don't know why Denisha Cartwright will not advance, but again, we will keep an eye on that to give you a fully updated finale in terms of who is getting through. But we know for sure that Devin Charlton will advance to the final of the women's 100 meters. And congratulations to Megan Tapper again, fastest qualifying time heading into those finals.
Yes, I think that's going to be a very, very exciting race. Everybody's going to be on the edge of their seats for that one.
Yeah, I certainly will be as well. Not much time separating any of those top runners going in, either Charlton, Tapper, Johnson, or Marshall. Just hundreds of a second, so it's all going to come down to who runs the best race in that final. So it's going to be anybody's ball game in terms of who walks away with the gold medal there.
Right, and that's what you want for an event like this, right? Nail-biting events. I don't want to know who is going to win from the start. I want to see a good race.
Yeah, unless it's Shawnee Miller-Weebo, then which case.
Then, you know what? I'm biased to every Bahamian athlete.
Oh, man. So lots of activities still to come here, as we mentioned. We will continue with action now in the men's shot put as they are underway there. As you can see, the competitor from the United States, they're taking the hurdles off the track, so the 200 meters will be coming up next. Those will be the preliminary rounds coming your way just around the corner. Some of those athletes are already out there on the track going through their warm-ups. We'll have the start of those heats in just a few short seconds. The women's 200-meter preliminary rounds, followed by the men coming your way here at the GB Sports Complex. Men's shot put, as you mentioned, underway. O'Dane Richards and Roger Steen. Some of the competitors, O'Dane Richards of Jamaica, Roger Steen of the United States. We got Eldred Henry of the Virgin Islands. And that is Henry right now with a toss. And again, we see a big cloud of dust. They're in a gravel pit. Not your usual infield, but again.
I would love to hear what some of the athletes are thinking about. You know, putting in this sort of field, this is definitely different from what they're probably used to.
Yes.
And I wonder how this is affecting, you know, their performance, their throws, or if it has any.
Yeah, I wonder, you know, if it really does have any effect. Then, again, it's just an adjustment in terms of looking at green rather than, you know, anything else. Trinidad and Tobago. That's Wimana Stewart of Trinidad and Tobago with his throw now. Stewart will be followed by the other American, and that will be Adrian Piper, who will throw next. These some big guys, boy, for the shot put.
Yes, you kind of have to be for this.
Very shortly. Just as a reminder,
so I do believe
the level of competition we
saw Devin Charlton as we saw her run earlier, man. I'm always impressed with what she's able to do.
Yeah, the event that she does is definitely not an easy event at all.
It really is not.
But she takes it head on and she represents the Bahamas well, so we're very happy and we're very proud of her.
And here is Adrian Tripp Piper of the United States. That boy, he almost threw that thing out of the pit. Very good throw for Piper. As you see the backhoe officials coming out to get the measurement. Piper doesn't look too pleased with the throw, but I thought he did very well there. course, as he kind of gives a bit of a shrug. Yeah, so he's like, "Come on, guys." You know, so Zach Short of the Netherlands, of Honduras, sorry, will be up next to get his throw in the early rounds of the men's shot put here in Grand Bahama. Day one of action here in these Nacac Track and Field Championships. We thank you guys for being with us.
With new championship, the third to fall this today,
So here is Zach Short now, the Honduran shot putter,
for 2015 world champion, Olympic
trying to keep himself
of Cuba.
in the runnings for a medal. And a good throw. The measurement comes out, and we'll try to get an update on the distances as quickly as we can.
At the men's shot put, sitting in first position right now after 2 rounds of throws. Again, all participants will have 3 attempts. The top 8 will move to the finals. The top 8 will move to the finals. Right now, sitting in first place after 2 throws is USA Piperi, Adrian Piperi. Sitting in second right now, that's Jamaica's
So I understand the leader after 2 rounds
Juan Vasquez Gomez
is Adrian Piper of the United States, is what I think I heard from the stadium announcer just a few short seconds ago. They've gone through 2 rounds of tosses, and so far it is indeed the American Adrian Piper out front. So everybody else playing catch-up is what we're hearing as we get ready to run through another round of tosses here. And here's the young man from Haiti. This is Rickson Opont,
The U.S. going 4-for-4 thus far.
about ready to take his chance to vault back into the contention for a gold medal.
To the circle over at the men's shot put. He's representing Haiti. It's Rickson Opont.
So Rickson Opont now of Haiti.
The other athletes contesting here today, the women's discus
The spin and the throw, and it's the white flag comes up, so they will measure. Does not look to be near the leading toss, so he'll have to go back to the drawing board. Yeah, you can see he's taking a look at it. Wants to see how much work he's got to do.
Discus throw final.
So now we get a chance to see the thrower from Cuba. This is Gomez Vasquez, Juan Cali Vasquez of Cuba. And the Cubans have always been very good at the field events in particular.
Is that so?
Yeah, they've always been very good, particular javelin and some of the shot put and discus events, especially on the ladies' side. They've had some good Cuban athletes over the years. Good athletic programs coming out of Cuba.
Yes, you start to see a lot of the other countries now. Usually there was a time where it was really just the U.S., Jamaica, certain countries that you expect to see at the top. Now I think you see such a different variety of countries leading in different events. So it's really difficult to predict in some cases who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, you know, it's funny, as the world has opened up more, in particular with social media and stuff, we're starting to hear more and more about these different athletes from different places, and they've now had their borders and windows opened, I guess, for opportunity, and they've stepped through it in grand fashion. And we're seeing a lot more athletes from places you probably would not have heard of, or at least not been in contention for certain things, and yet here they are. Here's Contreras of Puerto Rico. as he gets it out there. And I think he may have scratched. They don't measure, so I think he was a scratch on that toss. Here's your current leader, Piper. And now stepping up as we go into round 3 of the competition. Again, your current leader, as we understand it, is Adrian Tripp Piper of the United States. This is unofficial, but that is the word we have received, that he is your leader on the leaderboard in this event at this point.
Yes, this event, a lot like the long jump and triple jump, you really want to try to get one of your best jumps as early as possible, your best throws as early as possible, because it can get really physically taxing on you, trying to keep up with the competition for a long period of time. So a lot of these guys that you'll see out there, they're pushing and they're trying their hardest, but at some point fatigue does take in, and it does have a bit of an effect on your throws.
It really does, and like you said, if you can pop a good one, a good throw early on in the competition, your first or second throw, that puts all the pressure on everybody else now to come up to you. And you know, sometimes you overextend, the fatigue factor plays in, and you know, it is one of those things. And I think we may have a little bit of an issue here. I see some of the athletes discussing with the officials. It's the young man from Jamaica, O'Dane Richards.
Lane number 6, representing Jamaica.
Piper Reed, thank you very much. All right, so I think I may have, maybe I'm saying the name wrong. Okay, Piper Reed, I like it.
2018 World Silver Medalist of the United States of America.
So Piper Reed, Adrian Piper Reed is his name. So I apologize for anybody from his family who might have said I pronounced his name wrong. Okay, so.
Yeah,
that happens sometimes.
There are a lot of names to keep track of, so I could imagine that sometimes, you know, people even get my name wrong, as simple as it is. 5 letters.
Yes, it has been known to happen. Adrian Tripp Pipery, the current leader on the board. Meanwhile, we are set for the first round of the women's 200 meters preliminaries. These are all set up now. The first set of athletes on the track. Let as quickly as we can get you those lane assignments. Looks like Fredicia, Ines Magda Perez Fredicia of Cuba in lane 3. Mauricia Prieto in lane 4. They are underway. We'll give you those lane assignments later, but right now they are underway. Good clean start. And in the middle of that track is Tania Gaither of the Bahamas, and she looks good coming into the headwind. It's going to be between her and the outside lane. That is Brittany Brown of the United States. As they come towards the finish line, it will be Brown holding on. Brittany Brown followed closely by Tania Gaither. 19:18 is the time I'm seeing on the clock as the winning time. Brittany Brown of the United States in lane 7, able to secure the win there. But Tania Gaither running very well. 22:58 your winning time is what I'm seeing. Now they adjusted to 22:59. Let's take a look at Tania's time. There's a good look at her on your television screens. Good run by Tania. She runs a 22:82. So good run for Tania. As her mom says, Tania Gaither.
Yes, a great run from Tania. She definitely held out. She got out quick. She was the first one to get off of this curve. And then she held it on until she passed the finish line, and she got second, which for semifinals is good enough.
Yes, indeed. She moves on, which is all important. Brittany Brown, 22:58 your winning time, as you mentioned. Tania Gaither, 22:81 in second, with Mauricia Prieto, 22:47 of Trinidad and Tobago. Ashley Williams of Jamaica was fourth in 22:66, followed by Enes Verdesia of Cuba, 24:52. And the Katura Buford Trot of Bermuda, rounding out the field in lane 6, 26:03. So we are set after that first heat, getting ready for our second round of athletics now. The second heat coming up in the women's 200. We should be joined in just a few short moments by the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture himself. The Honorable Mario Bolag will be joining us here on set. We're going to talk about not only this event, but some other things that are pending. I heard him say some stuff in the opening ceremonies that I'd like to bend his ear on and get some good clarification. He said, listen, Grand Bahama is going to be the hubbub of some big things to come. Looking to make this the sporting capital of the Bahamas now, Grand Bahama. As you mentioned, there's a big sporting community here. There's a lot of love for athletics. But we're definitely going to get his ideas on what is to come here on the island of Grand Bahama. Meanwhile, we'll see how that all plays out. Again, we still are underway here with our first night of competition. So much to come here over the next 3 days as the activities continue here at these Nacac Championships. First of the 200 heats just wrapping up. We saw Devin Charlton. Meanwhile, our second 200-meter heat set to come your way in just a short while from now. Let's take a look at those lane assignments. Heat 2 will feature in lane 3, Rayer Thomas of Trinidad and Tobago. Lane 4 will belong to Amanda Crawford. Kayla Mitchell of the United States will be, okay, so now I'm seeing adjustments here to the lane as Caitlin Braub has apparently not going to run, as well as Delia Rovlon of Guadeloupe. So until we get those new revised lane assignments, let's welcome into the booth now the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the Honorable Mario Boleg. And Minister Boleg, man, I heard you in opening ceremonies certainly talking about a lot of things that could be coming the way of Grand Bahama in the very near future.
Yes, you're talking about 50 acres of land right here, what they have here in the Grand Bahama complex. There's drawings on the board now to build a multi-purpose gymnasium, which would also be used for a hurricane shelter. There's discussion of an indoor pool. We also want to build some rackets and tennis courts. And all of these initiatives we think will bring more tourist attraction to the island of Grand Bahama. And that's just only a few that we discussing now. We know that they have a softball field out there, but we also want to be able to build a baseball diamond, one of a world class, that can also attract the little pony and mini leagues here on the island of Grand Bahama. And because it's proximity to Miami, Florida, we believe that if we build these infrastructure, they will come.
Yeah, and one of the things you did mention was perhaps making Grand Bahama the sporting hub, sporting capital of the Bahamas. And you know, one thing we know for sure is that Grand Bahama's people do love athletics.
Yeah, and when you look at Grand Bahama in comparison with Nassau, there's no comparison as it relates to what attracts the tourists. You know, New Providence has the Atlantis, they have the Bahama, and they have the hotels that attracts the tourists, the water slides and all of that. But when you look at Grand Bahama, we need to find something that could sustain their ability of tourists coming to the island. And we believe sports tourism is one that we can build upon, that can make this island great, and bring the magic back in the Magic City.
Speaking of bringing the magic back, obviously a lot of people, when the announcement was made they're going to have this event here in Grand Bahama, the government and yourself decided, okay, you know what, let's make this thing happen. You had 90 days, but you certainly got it done.
Yeah, we cannot be Nassau-centric when we think about developing the Bahamas. We got to move in Grand Bahama, get Grand Bahama back up, get Abaco back up and running, because when those two islands are up and running, you know, they help relieve the burden of our debt to ratio on the island of New Providence. And so at the end of the day, once we get these islands back up and running, and then the others will trickle in, I believe now that's what it's all about, the greater development of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, not New Providence.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we set now for this second heat in the women's 200 meters, let's go right to that real quick, and then I will come right back here to talk more further with the minister. This is Rayer Thomas of Trinidad and Tobago, Amanda Crawford of Grenada. And as they come towards the finish line now, it looks as if the young lady from Jamaica, Natalia White, is going to stream across the finish line, although coming to make a late charge is the United States, and that is Kayla Mitchell of the United States, who will finish in second. Natalia White, 22.78 is the time popping up on my screen. She wins it from Jamaica, and Kayla Mitchell second, 22.97. Rayer Thomas of Trinidad and Tobago third, 23.99. And following her was Amanda Crawford, 24.31. So those are your results here in that second heat of the women's 200 meters. Minister, like you said, once again, Grand Bahama has certainly benefited from being able to host this event, and certainly looking forward to bigger and better things as it continues. But sports in general has seen a serious upsurge, in particular as the country's opened up and the world has reopened up after this COVID-19 pandemic has had its ravages early on.
And we have to keep upgrading our facilities and sell our facilities in all of the islands, including New Providence, to the world, so that we can bring these international events. Of course, you know, we are going after the World Relays. We want to bring that back and make sure New Providence is the home of that. But we got to continue to build and make sure that we have top world-class facilities to ensure that no matter where they go in the world, the Bahamas is the place they want to be when it talks about sports, any discipline.
And welcome back to our television viewers here on our TV as we are once again live action here at the Grand Bahama Sports Complex for the Nacac Track and Field Championships. Marcellus Hall in the company currently at the moment with the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the Honorable Mario Boleg, and we've been talking about the resurgence of sports across the nation of the Bahamas and really seeing so much opportunities here, including here in Grand Bahama with the Nacac Championships being held here and perhaps even more coming along the way. But as you said, sports has been a big thing for the Bahamas, sports tourism in general, and we are certainly looking to take advantage of that.
Yes, but even locally, you know, Marcellus, this allows some of our local athletes to see, get the exposure and see what level they need to be at. We're talking about some of the best. We know the North American region is the best in every discipline. And when you're talking about these athletes coming from the United States, Jamaica, and the various Caribbean countries, Canada, and displaying top, you're talking about Olympic champions are here, world-class champions, you know, and so Diamond League champions. These are the best of the best. And so for our young high school athletes who are in for athletics right now, they now can see what it'll be like if we can continue having events such as this, that they may one day wear that aquamarine, black and gold, you know, across their chest and represent us and make us proud like the Shawnee and Devon Charlton and the rest.
How important is it when you talk about these athletes who are so successful, the Shawnees, the Buddy Heels, the Jonquel Joneses, how important has that been in particular for the promotion of sports and reigniting the joy of representing country when it talks in particular about national teams and events like that?
Well, you can know, I have tried to be a minister that tries to be there before, during, and after these events with these athletes. And as you see, I've traveled to Birmingham, to the Commonwealth Championships, Oregon to the World Championships. I'm here. And then you look at basketball with Buddy Heels. And these athletes only want to know that you care about them, and not just come to the airport and receive them after they've become successful. One thing we as a nation cannot do is afford to put a dollar value on the exposure that they bring to us and give to the Bahamas. And so we must appreciate that. And so we as administration and me as the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture who's responsible for these athletes has to ensure that they feel me and understand that I appreciate them and the Commonwealth of the Bahamas appreciate them. And so as you can see as time goes on, Marcellus, we love some things where we're going to be honoring these athletes and let the world know that, hey, if you're Bahamian and you are representing our country, not only those in the United States, Jamaica, or whoever gets these type of awards, but also we too needs to revamp our awards and make it even greater for our athletes. Because at the end of the day, when you're talking about athleticism, the career is not as long as one of me or yours profession.
This is true.
They must take advantage of it while it's there.
Yeah, absolutely. Minister, man, I thank you so much for taking the opportunity to come by and talk with us. You've been doing a tremendous job. I got to tip my cap to you. Haven't known you for a while, particularly at the basketball side of things, and as a high school coach now you moved into governance, but you've embraced it just like everything else, and with 100% passion, and it has shown. I think I can stand and say without fear of reprisal that you have really represented well as the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, and I look forward to seeing what else you can accomplish as time goes on.
Well, I thank you for having me, and I thank Alive and its groups for being here and being the major sponsor of this event, and we hope that we continue partnerships and other events that moves on with my ministry and your organization. And I thank you all. May God bless you as you continue on in this event.
Thank you very much, Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, Honorable Mario Boleg, joining us here as we continue our coverage of the Nacac Track and Field Championships at the Grand Bahama Sports Complex. And as we mentioned, so many good things you heard him talk about that are on the agenda, not only for Grand Bahama, but for the Bahamas in general as they look to build the sports powers of already what has been a great sports nation, and looking forward to see how much further we can go, in particular with the government now fully behind and backing what is going on from the athletic standpoint. Ricky Barry now rejoining us here on set. And Ricky, good to hear the minister talk about all the things that are on the agenda in terms of the rebirth of sports, not only here in Grand Bahama, but across the Bahamas in general.
Yeah, that's definitely great to hear. After Dorian, after the pandemic, I think what the Bahamas needs is a revamp of their sports arena, right? We have so many good sports. We see so many good athletes coming out, even in other sports, right? But I feel like they still need a lot of backing.
Yes.
Still need a lot of support. I still hear that cry from athletes too.
Yes, yes.
We want to represent the Bahamas. We love doing it, but we're not able to sustain ourselves if we go and do that. So it's nice to hear the minister really trying to address those concerns, you know?
Yes, I love it, and I look forward to seeing how far this thing can really go with, again, full backing of the country's government. And, of course, the assistance of the people and, about the corporate sponsors who also make all those things possible. So just looking forward to see how – it's good to have sports back, that's for sure.
Yes, definitely.
There was a long drought period with the COVID-19 pandemic going on. But as we see some of the athletes on the track now warming up, this will be the men's 200 meters Heat 1 coming up, preliminary round. So it should be exciting there as well. We saw some great runs in the women's 200 meters. And we saw Tania doing
Gaither,
very well. Yes,
right.
So just seeing her run, and again, as this evening progresses and as the days progress, we'll see more and more great times. We'll see more great athletes out here on this track putting up performances that we will remember.
Yes, and another somebody who was supposed to be in the 200, but I think who everybody expected to be in the 200, but actually is going to do the 100 is the reigning world champion, Sharika
Jackson of Jamaica has opted not to run the 200 meters. She will instead take a step down and see what she can do in the 100
meters.
Yeah, and why not? She says, you know what, I just won the world championship.
I don't need to prove myself again.
Yeah.
I'll just run something else. I'll win another event.
Yeah. Let me show them I can run the 100 as well, and it'll be good to see her out there. I haven't had a chance. I saw her run in Tokyo, and so it's good to see her now. It'll be a chance to see her again run in person. So good opportunity.
Yes, I think she's definitely going to have a great showing. Antonique Strawn, too, is also going to be in the 100 as well. So we see some 200-meter professionals stepping down to the 1 for this event. So that'll be really interesting to see how that goes.
Well, Antonique has run the 100 before, and she's done very well there. And so
she has.
And coming off that injury, I think maybe the 100 is the best event for her because it's not as long, so it should take some of the pressure. And the curve, she doesn't have to run the curve. So that'll be good for her to kind of get her feet wet again with that 100-meter event. So let's see how that turns out. Meanwhile, we are ready now for the first of our 2 heats in the men's 200 meters. Quickly running through those lane assignments. Ian Kerr, you heard the crowd respond. Representing the Bahamas, he is in lane 4. Next to him is Ingo Perez of Honduras with Josephus Lyles of the United States. In the 6th lane, lane 7 belongs to Isaac Joseph. So those are the lane assignments. Isaac Joseph running for Haiti.
Yes, looking forward to Ian Kerr and also Josephus Lyles. The Lyles name now has a lot of weight to it these days, right? Because of his brother Noah Lyles, but he's also doing very well on his own as well. So it's definitely going to be interesting seeing how he does in this race.
It'll be Kerr in lane 4, Perez in 5, Lyles in 6, Isaac Joseph of Haiti in lane number 7. There's a good look at Ian Kerr of the Bahamas, representing the host nation here today. Heat 1 of the men's 200 meters. And off to a good start. Kerr getting off the bend and coming into the headway. He should be in contention here, but look at that. Lyles is off and running. Kerr is also stinging tough, but it'll be Lyles. And coming on strong now on the outside is Joseph of Haiti, but it's going to be Lyles of the United States, followed by Kerr in 2nd. Haiti finishing 3rd, and rounding out the field is Inigo Perez of Honduras. 19:83 is the time I'm seeing popping up on the clock. Officially now it pops up as reset. The clock is 20.28. The time by Josephus Lyles. Ian Kerr 28.9. A good performance there for the young Bahamian. There's a good look at the young man wearing the aqua and black.
Ian ran an absolutely great race. You see him afterwards, like pointing to God, prayer hands, thumbs up. So I think he's also happy with that race. He got out quick, he held it. And I think on the last stretch, Lyles kind of just, you know, had a better maybe top end speed than he did, but it doesn't take away from what Ian did. He had a great race.
Yeah, Lyles ran a great curve, as did Kerr. Which I think got them away from the rest of the field. Once they hit that straightaway, though, it was, again, the power of Lyles that was able to persevere and able to get him across the finish line. 20.28 the time. And, again, Kerr not too far behind, 20.89. Isaac Joseph in the third spot of Haiti, 21.54, followed by Inigo Perez of Honduras in 22.10.
Yeah, so if you're not close to that 20, you're definitely looking to sub that 20, right? To get into these finals. So this is going to be a bit tougher than the other semis that we had because there's 3 heats in this one.
Yes.
So really top 2 in each heat, and then
the
hope
2
for the
fastest
best
times after that. So looks good for Kerr. He will advance to the next round into the final, and we'll see how his time stacks up based on everybody else. So we have Devin Charlton. In case you guys missed it, some of you we broke away, but we had Devin Charlton run earlier. Let's take a quick look at Devin Charlton's race here in the women's 100-meter hurdles. And we'll get back to that as quickly as we can. We do have the race to run for you, though, again, and once we have it, we'll be able to run that for you and to get a chance to see Devin. Here's a look at it right now. Here's Devin Charlton.
This is round number 5.
And Devin Charlton, again, very smoothly over the hurdles and able to really push through. And you know, again, a good performance for her. Finishing second in that heat, but still very good run for her. And I think that as they go forward into the finals, like we mentioned, the times are not too far. Everybody running around at 12.6, 12.7. So we're going to see, again, anybody's race is going to be about who runs the smoothest, the most technically sound race. And we know Devin is very good for that.
Exactly. And thus far, she's run a very steady, very smooth, and very comfortable race. She looks like she's going into great form going into the finals.
Yes, and she's been running well all year, peaking at just the right time. And so we definitely look forward to seeing her challenge for a gold medal once the finale rolls around in the women's 100-meter hurdle. So the second of our 3 heats coming up in the men's 200 in just a few short moments. And again, the field slightly reduced than what we saw earlier. There will just be 3 runners. What I'm seeing here is what I'm seeing on the start list. Kyle Gross of Trinidad and Tobago, Jazeel Murphy of Jamaica, and Kyrie King of the United States on the start list. There was originally supposed to be 6 runners here, but we have been shortened to 3. Not sure as to exactly what happened, but a number of those athletes are now listed as do not start. So that means whatever might have happened in terms of injury or maybe just withdrawing from this particular event. But either way, we'll have 3 runners at least on the track moving forward.
Right, and in this event, we're definitely going to be looking at Kyrie King to be the front runner in this event. And this heat should be fairly easy for everyone involved since there's only 3 people. So you're really just hoping that if you are that 3rd person, that you still make it within that qualifying time.
Yes, yes, yes. All right, so meanwhile, we do have a number of events that took place earlier on the day. And we saw just a few short seconds ago the replay of Devin Charlton and her run. Good performance here earlier as well. We saw the run by Shawnee Miller-Weibo in the women's 400 meters preliminary rounds. So exciting to this point, particularly for a lot of these Grand Bahama natives who have not had chances to really see some of these athletes perform live before.
Right.
And so it's good for them to now get a chance to see some of the athletes they've only been able to see online or even sometimes even hear about rather than see. And so to now get a chance to have them not only perform in person but on their home track has got to be a good feeling. I heard from a number of them. They're so excited to see this happening here in Grand Bahama.
I can imagine not having to figure out how to travel to see these events. And they're off for the second heat of the men's 200 meters.
Men's 200 meters, second heat underway. 3 athletes on the track. Kyle Gross of Trinidad and Tobago, Jazeel Murphy, and it looks as if on the outside, that's Kyrie King of the United States, who's going to run through the finish line, followed closely by the runner from Trinidad and Tobago, Jazeel Murphy of Jamaica, made a big push at the end, but I'm not sure if he was able to get back in it. King finishing in 20.28 seconds. That was the first place time, and we'll see who they gave it to. It is Trinidad and Tobago's Kyle Grow, who finished in second in 26.7, and then Jazeel Murphy of Jamaica, 20.79. So if nothing else, I think Murphy will probably advance on the time. I think so far to this point, they will advance in terms of the second, one of the 2 fastest qualifying times going into that finale. So he should advance. It was a fast heat, not much separation there at the finish line, and so I think he's in no real danger of not qualifying for the finals.
Right, I think in a heat like this, you're just hoping that the person who wins at least runs a really fast time.
Yes.
Right?
And that was what happened in that second heat there. Well, it all depends, obviously, what happens here in this third and final heat. But, you know, it looks as if he's going to be okay in terms of being able to advance, talking about Jazeel Murphy of Jamaica, running that 20.79. We didn't see anybody that was able to challenge really in that first heat, other than the first 2 runners. So, again, he should be okay there. 2 heats down, 1 more to go. Men's 200 meters here at the bed for the night. The temperatures have fallen, and now it's a very comfortable evening here in Freeport, Grand Bahamas. They are about midway through this evening session. Still have a couple of long-distance events to come here this evening. There's a good look at some of the fans hanging around for the activities here tonight.
The track career, Samuel or David.
Temperature here in Grand Bahama after a sweltering daytime high of 92 degrees has now fallen to a comfortable 84 here at trackside.
Yes, and I think a lot of the athletes are going to be very thankful for that.
Yes, I would imagine so.
Earlier today on the track, you could feel the heat coming out of the track.
Yeah, it
so
was,
I'm
it
sure
was radiating up from the track, and you know, I didn't envy being out there, in particular the early preliminary rounds that took place in that morning session. Boy, I heard people say, "Good Lord, it's hot," and it really was. So let's quickly give you the start list for the upcoming Heat 3. And again, looking at what I see in front of me, we have Jabari Michael Kinsu of the Virgin Islands in the inside lane. Next to him is Chrisley Apator of Guadeloupe. And that is Darian Scarrett of Antigua. Next to him, Andrew Hudson of Jamaica, and Suresh Black will round out the field from the island of Bermuda. So those are the runners as they have been given to me and now given to you as they get ready to finish up the men's 200 meters preliminary rounds, Heat 3 of 3 here at trackside. And you can tell it is a gorgeous night here at the track. Nice little breeze blowing across now, so it really has turned into a beautiful evening. The athletes are loving it, the fans are loving it. And you couldn't have asked for better opening night in terms of being able to have their opening ceremonies, no weather issues, and certainly nothing to mar the competition. And that is all you can ask for when you host an event of this magnitude, being able to get a smooth day of competition in, and that is what we have seen so far. No real technical issues to speak of. Everything has run smoothly. Tip my cap to the officials, the backhoe officials, who have done a yeoman's task of being there to record the jumps and the times. And, you know, sometimes they go unrecognized, but without them, of course, none of these events are able to take place. And so our cap to the officials who are out there on the field doing the measuring, doing the behind-the-scenes things that make events like this possible. So here we go now. There is a look at the competitors for this final heat of the men's 200 meters. And that is St. Vincent and the Grenadines' Michael Kinsu. In lane 3, next to him in lane 4 is Christy Apator of Guadeloupe. Darian Scarrett will be in lane 5 of Antigua. Andrew Hudson, Jamaica, in lane 6, and that's Suresh Black of Bermuda rounding out the field. He will be in lane number 7. So they settle into the blocks and get ready for this third and final heat in the men's 200 meters. And they're underway, no issues with the start.
200 meters, taking it out like a bullet. That's Jamaica, Andrew Hudson.
And looking good so far.
Running away from the field on the inside. That's Antigua Baboon, Darian
As they come, what? This is not even close right now. What a run on the outside.
Bermuda on the outside.
And running through the tape easily, looking at the clock as he goes through just to see how fast he was going. Is the young man from Jamaica, Andrew Hudson, 20.24 seconds. Followed by Darian Scarrett, 21.16 of Antigua. Suresh Black of Bermuda, 21.41 in third. And Christy Apator of Guadeloupe, 21.86. Jabari Michael Kinsu of Vincent and Grenadines, who was the 5th place finisher, 22.02. So those are your finishing times as we wrap up the men's 200 meters. And very quickly, I have just, and this is unofficial, you know what, I won't even mention it, but hope to see Mike Sands again real soon. The president of Nacac. I noticed I hadn't seen him here at the track, and so hopefully he will be back out here real soon.
Yeah, so it looks like from the times that the second heat, the full second heat is going to go straight through to the finals.
Yes. So that second heat, we mentioned it was a fast heat, and it looks as if all 3 of those athletes will advance. Obviously, the first 2 with the qualifying, finishing first and second, but that third run as well will also move through just based on time alone.
So far for the events tonight, we seem like we can get at least one Bahamian in each event. So that'll be exciting to see a finals where we can root for everyone.
Yes. So the 200 meters are done. Let's get set to see and see how this thing plays out. So the 200 meters are finished. They're in the books, and coming up now will be, let's see, for you this evening will be the continuation of the men's shot put. We should be wrapping that up in just a short while. Women's discus. And coming up next will be the 5,000 meters for women, one of those long distance races. And we're going to have, in a few moments, joined by one of our track greats. And I had a chance to run into him earlier. Here's a good look at the competitors. Cuba's athlete in the women's discus. That's Morales of Cuba. Zinea Morales of Cuba. Cabal of Cuba also out there, Ponce Cabal. Watch out, though, for Collins of the United States, Lenny Grant of Trinidad and Tobago, Rachel Dinkoff, also of the U.S., Samantha Hall of Jamaica, and Tiara DeRosa of Bermuda, the rest of the field in that women's discus competition. And as I mentioned earlier, you know, I had the distinct pleasure of running into a young man who I've known for a number of years, one of our great Bahamian athletes, represented the country well over well over a decade, as a matter of fact, in the men's 400 meters. And joining us now on set is the one and the only Chris Fireman Brown. What's happening, my friend? Good to see you.
Lesson, and it's good to be home.
Always a pleasure to have you here on home soil, and especially, I know you're a busy man, but you know, you made time to come down and join us here at these Nacac Championships. And I know for you would have it no other way, because this is in your blood. An event like this, you wouldn't have missed it for the world.
No, not especially when it's in your backyard, you know.
Yes.
When it's home, you got to be there, and you have to be able to represent and continue to wave the banner.
Yeah, you've had a long, illustrious career. Now retired, I think. I know you.
Not quite.
You stay in shape, so you're always ready to come back and compete if need be. You know, you've been able to see the evolution, if you will, of track and field in the Bahamas, and how well we have been able to now be able to put ourselves on the forefront of the track and field community once again, because it started, you know, with guys like yourself and the Silver Knights and the Golden Girls, and of course on the field the Frank Rutherfords and the Lee Van Sands, and so the generation continues over and over again. It keeps recycling, and now we have new athletes popping up and on the world scene and at high levels with the Shawnee Miller-Weebos, the Stephen Gardners now. I'm sure you've been watching Stevie Gardner in particular, because that's one of the guys in your event, and you actually ran alongside of him in a number of occasions.
Yes, well, you know, both him and Shawnee basically took the baton and continued to carry it, and you know, you always want to see the next generation go further than where you went. So it's always a blessing to see that the Bahamas is well represented on the international stage.
Yeah.
And so, you know, anytime I see them performing, you know, it touches a spot inside me for me to be able to say, hey, I've done my part, and watching them now carry the baton is truly a blessing. And I look for us as Bahamians to encourage other Bahamian athletes to basically pick up the baton and carry it as well, not just in the 400 meters, but we need to have athletes representing more events like the shot put, the javelin, the discus, the 5,000, steeplechase, you know, whatever it is that's out there, we're supposed to have representation in it. So I'm looking for more representation in every sport and event that we have, that we can go out there on a global level and represent, not just be a number, but be as competitive as you want to be and be fearless with it.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And that was one of the things we were talking about earlier as we were starting this broadcast, myself and Ricky Barry, is the fact that we'd like to see more Bahamians venture into the 800 meters, the 5,000 meters, some of the the different field events. You know, we have not had representation in the pole vault or events like that. Obviously, we have the high jumpers and the triple jumpers. We've had some long jumpers, but there are some events like the hammer throw. I was glad to see a Bahamian out there in the hammer throw earlier today. But there are a lot of different untapped avenues that we have not yet to see the Bahamians go into, and hopefully that happens rather sooner rather than later.
Well, I think that's going to happen very soon, because everybody's getting excited, and it's a rebuilding stage, and this is a platform now for the next generation to find themselves and to be a brand and go out there and represent the Bahamas on a global stage. You know, now is the time. We're coming off of a pandemic, and I feel as though as long as athletes put their mind to it, as long as they get the encouragement from family or friend that believe in themselves, and they can go out there and achieve anything that they put their mind to.
Yeah.
So I'm looking for the next generation to really rise up and represent us on that global stage.
Yeah, I certainly am as well. We have some good athletes coming up in the javelin in particular. Decathlon now, we see some athletes at the decathlon level, and we just had one in the World Championship. Chris Mullins, I think his name was just in the triple jump in the decathlon for the Bahamas. So, you know, we're seeing some changes and seeing some new athletes break in. One of the things, though, that's bothered me, I don't know if it does you as well, is the decline of the relays, though. We have this used to be a strong suit for us, and now all of a sudden we have trouble struggling to field relay teams, which was once something that we excelled at. Has that bothered you as much when you see the 4x4 and we don't have a 4x4 team out there, especially on the men's side, when you guys were so great for so long?
It definitely does. You know, that's an event that we have basically almost, well, not almost, but that's an event that we have mastered.
Yes.
To get on the Olympic podium, it's not a small feat. So that right there is supposed to be the building block for us to continue that legacy and to continue the next generation for years and years to come. So to be able to watch us can't even make the finals at global events anymore, it's like, where did the fire go, where did the steam go? So that's an event that when I'm watching it now, I'm kind of saddened by it, because we worked so hard to build that that type of platform and to keep the chemistry alive and keep it going for legacy and legacy to come. You know, for it to fade away that quick, it shows that we have a lot of work to do.
Yes, yeah.
You know?
It was for a while we were feared as one of the nations to watch out for.
Correct.
In the men's 4x4 and of course the women's 4x1.
Yes.
And now that has become something of a historical fact. Did you know that the Bahamas once was?
Yes.
So that does trouble me as we see the shot put competition. Again, we talked about this as well, seeing athletes like from the Bahamas compete at this level in events like the shot put. We got some big, strong kids out there, and so it's just a matter of them getting the training. I see now more throwing coaches are trying to get, and of course the kids are always excited. They want to run the sprints. That's the glamour events. They want to be out there and run and be the next Sean Day or the next Stevie. But guys, you know, break into uncharted territories.
Correct.
And let's see how far we can get. I want to ask you as well as we get ready for the women's 5,000. I want to talk to you as well about your career to this point, because you've now moved into coaching, and you're a head coach. And tell us a little bit more about that, man.
Well, I'm at Clayton State University as the men's and women's head coach for 4 sports. So I basically run the whole entire operation myself alongside an assistant coach, and it's going pretty well. I have 32 guys, 41 guys coming in and 32 females altogether. And I'm continuing to trust in God that whatever He has for me in the future, you know, I'll be able to deliver. So I'm just being able to give back. We have 1 Bahamian right now. I was looking forward to bringing in 2 other Bahamians, but of course funding is always an issue.
Yes.
And so they weren't able to finish what they started. But hopefully we can see that fight come back, and I'll be able to, hopefully next year I'll be able to bring in 1 or 2 more and keep the legacy alive. And I look forward to continuing to help the next generation of athletes.
Yes. All right, so we'll see how that goes. Chris, I know you're going to do well. You always have. No matter where they put you, you've been able to excel and do good things, man. I can't wait to see how well you do as a head track and field coach. I know that program's going to certainly benefit from having you at the helm. Meanwhile, just before we let you go, I want to give people an update as the women's 5,000 just underway. That's Rebecca Bassett of Canada out in first place, followed by Fiona O'Keefe of the U.S., currently in the second spot. But those are your 2 front runners. Again, still just underway here in this 5,000 meters. So a lot of racing left to go. So don't worry about it. We'll keep you up to speed as to how this race goes on. But Chris, again, like I said, it's been a pleasure to have you here in the island of Grand Bahama. And I know that as you watch these events, and you have to feel a sense of pride, because here it is, your host, your home, your nation, able to host events like this. Obviously, New Providence has done it before. But to see Grand Bahama now being able to grab hold of an event like this and be able to hold on and do very well.
Yes, well, that's what it's all about. It's about spreading it out, you know, and it just goes to show that we are a sports nation. And when you enter a sports nation, you're going to feel the effects, you know. So showing the different stadiums, the different venues, what we have to offer, you know, it goes a long way. So it just helps Bahamians to be able to tap into a different source and be able to see and witness this up and close in front. So just being able to watch it at home, you know, this is a different seat for me. I'm always a competitor, so sitting back and watching for me is something new.
Yeah, it's tough. Yes.
Yeah, you know.
You want to jump out there and get in there.
I already had several persons came to me and asked me, am I going to warm up tonight and spike it out? So, you know.
You have a new post, actually, Ambassador at Large. Yourself along with Rick Fox named as Ambassador at Large. How is that, and what will be your role as you go forward there?
Oh, that's great. That's you know, it's beautiful. It's a great feeling, and it's still so real. You know, it's like a dream that came true, and it's just a good feeling. You know, so my job basically will be global sports ambassador at large. So I'm going to be doing everything that you can think about related to sports. Also helping out a little side with the tourism aspect. Everything that I've done before, I'm going to be doing now. So it's nothing really new. It's just that the title goes along to fit with it. So I'm looking forward to continuing what I've started. And now that I have the back end and the Bahamian people supported, and, you know, it's an honor, and it's a great thing for me, and it's a good feeling. And I look forward to continuing to wave in the country, the banner, as high as I can get it.
Good stuff, man. Meanwhile, the men's shot put just wrapped up. The U.S. taking home the gold medal there. Gold and silver, it looked like, from what we're seeing on the screen a few short seconds ago. We know they got 2 medals anyway. We'll give you these correct standings in that event in a short while. Meanwhile, the race continues here in the women's 5,000 meters. As so far, it has been a great race. Natasha Rogers of the U.S., along with her teammate Elena Fulton, running neck and neck as they come across now with a number of laps to go.
Your champion, finishing with a throw of 20.78.
Keep you up to speed on the race as it rolls along.
Collecting the silver will be his teammate.
A lot of laps to go here. These young ladies put up a good pace. It's crazy the way they are able to go through the first 4 laps now. Got a lot more time to go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Got a lot of more laps to go. 9 more laps to run in this particular race. But we're seeing some good pace. And I always say, Chris, you know, the quarter mile is bad enough. I think you run the 4 at a good run. That's a sprint. Now these guys, you know, it takes a different mindset, I would imagine, to run the distance races. Was that something that ever drew your attention when you think about races like the 5,000, or you say, you know, that's too long to be out there running around in circles?
Well, you know, I have nothing but respect for everybody in their individual events, because just to prepare your mind mentally for it, it takes a lot of skill.
Yes.
So watching the 5,000, now that's something that I'm not going to enter in, because I know my limit. So I know my limit, so I'm not going to fool with it. Now, I'm not saying that I can't do it, because anything I put my mind to do, I can do.
Certainly.
But yeah, you know, I have a love for distant races. I ran the 800 meters coming out, and still a national record today of 149.5.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. So I love the distant races, and every lap I watch, they seems to get faster and faster. So that's intriguing for me. So I'm loving it and love supporting it.
Yes, sir. Fiona O'Keefe, your current leader in the women's 5,000, followed by Natasha Rogers of the United States and Eleanor Fulton. Those are your 3 leaders right now in this race. All 3 of the U.S. with Rebecca Bassett of Canada. Chris Brown has been our guest here on set. And Chris, man, I do appreciate you, man. Our ambassador at large, the fireman.
Thank you.
Doing great things, and continue to do well at the head coaching position, and continue to do well as ambassador at large for the Bahamas, man. Couldn't have asked for a better representation. He's a great guy, man, and I can say again that it's truly been a pleasure being a friend. And I've known you for a long time. Hope to know you for a longer time as you continue.
Yes.
Great job, my friend. Keep it up. Keep it working.
Thank you. I look forward to it. I must say the view up here is totally different from the view down there. Had I known that years ago, I would have been.
You would have come up here a long time ago, right?
I would have been saying, listen, man, let me come and commentate.
Yes, sir. Join me in the booth, right? Anytime, my friend. Anytime.
You know, it's so different. You know, it's so you don't have that stress on your shoulders. You know, you don't have the anxiety that's going through your mind. Like people don't understand what we go through to prepare for these races. So to come out here and perform for everybody is entertainment. But for us, it's our duty. It's our job.
Yes, sir.
We have to make
work.
Yeah, you know, we coming to work. So you know, don't knock it before you try it. But it's a lot of work mentally and physically. So. You know, I give props out to everybody who's here tonight to participate, everybody who's here to watch and encourage us to be able to do our best. Hey, it's an honor to be home, and you know the position that I've gotten, the new position, I'm blessed to have that, and God has been truly blessing me, and I'm just going to allow him to continue to do his work with me, and I look forward to representing the 242.
Thank you very much, man. Chris Fireman Brown joining us here on set. I appreciate you, my friend. Looking forward to talking to you again.
Thank
you. The next 3 days, man. I hope you see you again.
I hope to be here, man, because like I said, the view here is different.
Yes, sir.
You know, even the air is different up here.
Yeah. Well, it's a date. We'll have you come back.
Definitely. Look forward to it.
Thanks, my friend.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
All right. So Chris Fireman Brown joining us here on set. Here on the opening night of the Anita Doherty Nacac Open Championships here in Freeport, Grand Bahama. It has been a great evening of a first night of competition. And there's a good look at your 2 front runners in the women's 5,000 meters. That's Natasha Rogers, who is now taking over first place of the U.S. with Fiona O'Keefe. Behind her in second, Eleanor Fulton of the U.S. has slipped behind the rest of the field, but she remains in third place with Rebecca Bassett of Canada in fourth. So as they come up now on the last few laps of this race. 5 laps remaining. 5 laps remaining now in this women's 5,000 meters. 5 laps to go here. Ricky Barry joining us now on the set. Rejoining us now. These girls, look at that. I mean, they are running. And this is a good many laps in now. And they have 5 laps to go.
Yes.
They seem as if they're, you know, just out having a morning jog.
A morning jog, right?
Yeah, just out having a nice casual run on the treadmill.
9 minutes and 30 seconds in to this race, and they still look like they are
going
fresh.
Strong, yes.
And I can
goes a testimony to the conditioning and the training these young ladies go
exactly.
through. These athletes go through, not just the ladies.
I can imagine the thought process that's going through their minds right now to figure out how do I get to that line first without killing myself.
Yeah, especially, you know, first and second right now is being so close.
Yes.
With Rogers
very
and
tight race in the
O'Keefe.
front them.
Yeah, so it becomes a strategy now. O'Keefe is just going to ride that right shoulder, just kind of draft off her a little bit, let her do all the work, and then, you know, kind of push past her. Maybe not. Maybe she says, you know what, I'm going to run in front for a while.
And even though you're far in the front like this, a lot of times when there's 2 people really close like this, you end up tiring each other out, and then that person in third that you weren't worried about comes
can
up.
sneak on back into the race.
Exactly.
4 laps to go now.
So you really want to think a lot and really strategize when it comes to these really long races.
Got to save a little something.
But Marcellus, you guys kicked me out and brought in the fireman. I was starstruck on the side.
Listen, man, I have known Chris for a long time. In fact, my first opportunity to meet Chris was at my very first Olympic Games coverage, was way back in 2000.
Wow.
That was the year the Golden Girls won. Chris Brown was part of the men's 4x4 team at that time, and you know, controversial run there because, you know, Chris went out after Michael Johnson. The Bahamas in second place at the time. Eventually, we fall out of medal contention. We do get the medal years later due to a disqualification, but at the time we were in second position. We ended up finishing in 4th. But years later, again, like we said, we do end up with that medal due to some doping issues that happened years later that came out, and so Bahamas able to move up. But one of the things that people, there were 2 sets of people that either villainized or thought it was great. You know, I for one thought it was amazing that Chris thought that, you know, why settle for silver when we can go get the gold? So he chased after, you know, Michael Johnson and was able to get it done. But as we continue our live broadcast here on Cable 12 and RTV, we are appreciative of all of our viewers, whether you're online or, of course, whether you are watching live on Cable 12. Fiona O'Keefe has now retaken the lead. Rogers slips to second, but again, it's going to be anybody's race. Just a few laps remaining now. And if they're not careful, some of these athletes may be lapped.
Yeah, at this point, it's difficult to tell who is in front of whom.
Yeah.
Right?
I think Cuba's athlete, Suarez, had better be careful now because this field is that you can see the 2 front runners coming up on her. They're looking to lap her. That would not be a good feeling if you're on the track and somebody goes by you.
It isn't a good feeling, but sometimes as an athlete, you know where you line up, you know, against everyone else. And at that point, you're really just competing against yourself. You're competing against time.
2 laps remaining. Rogers and O'Keefe fighting it out. 3rd place now, a distant 3rd place as Fulton of the U.S. has dropped way back.
It does seem like the top 2, or maybe even the top 3, are pretty decided in this race unless something goes wrong. But there's still a lot of race left to go, so let's see what happens.
Yeah. And they are looking as if they are indeed going to catch the young lady from Cuba on that back stretch. You can see, and I guess at this point she's just said, you know what, I'm just going to run this race and finish it off. I'm here, I'm going to finish the race, but
yes, and to finish this race, the 5,000 is a big feat in itself.
Yes. So as they come up on the final lap The bell lap. This is the most beautiful sound as a distant runner, to hear that bell ring.
Right.
Because it tells you.
Your pain is almost over.
Yes, my pain is almost done. I got one more round around this track, and here is the bell.
But this is going to be the most grueling lap that they have had this entire time being on here. And we may see some switch-ups, especially in the top two.
Yes. Who has the most left in the tank? Who's got the fastest kick? That's what it's going to boil down to. O'Keefe, Rogers fighting it out. They are well ahead of the rest of the field now. Here comes the third place runner going across. She's going to hear the bell. This will be Eleanor Fulton of the U.S. And maybe not, because she didn't get a bell, did she? Anyway, guess we'll find out. Can they be that far ahead? Bassett and O'Keefe. And now it is Bassett starting to pull away from O'Keefe. She's trying to catch some other athletes. A good run here by Rebecca Bassett. And here she comes streaming toward the finish line. She's going to lap somebody else here as she comes across. And it will be a great finish. 15:09.53 is the time I'm seeing on the clock by Rebecca Bassett, who finishes in 15:11.67 is the time as they reset the clock there at the finish. O'Keefe finishes second, 15:15.12. And we will wait for our third place finisher. But those two guys, those two ladies, heads and shoulders above everybody else, and that is a great performance there.
Yes, Bassett definitely had a great finish coming toward the end. I think that's where she kind of overtook. Is it O'Keefe that came second?
Yes, O'Keefe came second, yeah. That last two laps is when she kind of kicked it in and established herself.
And like you said, it's just who has the better kick, who has that last bit of endurance to get across the line first.
And third place going to Eleanor Fulton in 15:5.030. Good for third place. The U.S. taking first, second, and third behind Rogers, O'Keefe, and Fulton. And as the rest of the field now starts to close out, and you see some of these athletes, they give a lot out there, collapsing on the track after 5,000 meters. You know, you kind of go into automatic mode, you know, for those laps. It's just your body's just in, just going muscle memory, just one foot in front of the other. And then when you finally finish off, the body just says, oh, and you got to lay down. That's just it.
You have to zone out at some point during these long distance races, or else you may just psych yourself out.
Yeah, your body just says, you know what? You just kind of go into that phase of just kind of zoning, and you almost don't remember.
Right.
And I think when that bell up, I've seen people if they keep going, like not even realize the race is over, just keep going.
Right, just keep going, right? Because they're stuck in that little loop.
Their body's just gone in automatic.
I think for me, what I would have to do is memorize a full playlist of music in my head.
I never thought of that.
And just sing it until you get to the end.
Yeah, I don't know people that run distance. You know, I'll have to do it with headphones. It would be good if they could let you rent some headsets. You put some music on, and like you said, put some headphones in and run.
I've always thought about that.
Yeah, but I think that would be considered. I don't know why it would be cheating, but
I don't know why. But you know what? I have to give it to the people who make the rules. They know why the rules are the rules.
Right, why they're in place. Right, exactly. And there go your gold and silver medal winners from the United States. Women's 5,000 meters. Great run there. Awesome finish by Natasha Rogers, who took home the gold, followed by Fiona O'Keefe. And here is Eleanor Fulton, your bronze medal finisher. She's going to run out and join her teammates. A little bit of a victory lap, and there they come, all three of them. Enjoy the moment, ladies, and welcome to the Bahamas. Certainly been a fruitful trip for you so far.
Yes, another three-peat from the U.S.
Yes. The United States came to make some noise, and they certainly have. We have one more event on the track, And if you thought the 5,000 was grueling, yeah, the men run 10,000 meters, so it's going to be a long, long race, a grueling race. A lot of laps around the track. 10,000 meters, no joke.
Absolutely
A
no joke.
True.
I wonder how you as an athlete decide, you know what?
Yeah, I ask myself this question all the time. What makes you just say, you know what, I think I like running around in circles for a very long time.
Right? Right? It's like maybe the marathon, you know, there's something there. There's some nice
Yeah, because at least there's a
views
change
and
of
stuff.
scenery.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right? But how do you say, you know what, marathon's too long. You know what's perfect for me?
Yeah.
10,000.
Yeah. Let's just do that, you know.
But I guess when you find your niche, you just go after it.
Yes.
Eleanor Fulton of the United States of America, and going for bronze, we have Rebecca Bassett of Canada.
So as we get ready to head into our final event of these championships here on day one.
Soon, so this is a good step.
So let's now go as they.
Well, Fiona, how about you? I mean, of course, you really battled it out until the very last,
what they have to say.
maybe 250 meters where your fellow American. How does it feel to bring, 15-15 under these conditions?
Yeah, it's exciting. I did come from competing in North Carolina, so humid state, which helps, and I was really glad to
Well, Eleanor, only 2 Americans can go on the podium, but these individual effort, how does that feel to see a historic day for Team USA? 7 finals thus far, all gold medals going to next door.
It's awesome. Yeah, it's super cool. I want to keep up the speed, and yeah, I'm excited about it.
Great, Rebecca, we've had already 2 medals for Canada today. How does that feel to bring one more to the north, a true and free?
It's honestly such a great pleasure. I mean, this is my first national meet to represent Canada, so I'm looking forward to more to come, and so this is a big win for me.
Well, ladies, congratulations. I hope you really get a chance to enjoy the Bahamas after this hard work today here with the top athletes with medal presentation coming back tomorrow.
I see some dignitaries coming onto the track. I think we're going to have some medal presentations. They're going to take place while these 10,000 meters are underway. And meanwhile, as you mentioned, we asked about the 10,000 meters, and we said, how many times around the track is that? 25 laps, Ricky.
25 laps around
the track. That's right. We're going to run around in circles for 25 laps.
You know what? That's about 24 too much.
Yeah.
I can give you one good lap.
I know what you mean, right? Boy, I couldn't even begin to conceptualize running around this track 25 times on purpose, much less without somebody holding a gun to my head. But,
exactly, right?
But these guys do it.
They're going to do it.
And they do it because they love it.
Right, and we're going to see somebody not just do it, but excel at it.
Yes.
And be the first one to do it tonight.
That's correct. There will be 4 brave souls who will take to the track for these 10,000 meters. So one of them will not get a medal.
That must be the worst position, right?
Right, exactly. There's 4 guys, all you got to do is beat one person.
Exactly.
Yeah.
3 people, good.
Yeah.
5 people, okay.
Yeah.
Or, oh, man.
Man, that would not be.
That is terrible.
Yeah, fun time. You run 25 laps, they had to beat one guy, and you don't get it done.
I think at that time I would have to check out everybody's season best.
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now.
See where I line
who
up.
Can I catch? Yes, so running in this event, and I think we have some presentations going on. I don't know if we can catch those, so we got medal presentations. Let's go over to the podium and get some of these medal presentations as they happen.
Of these championships this weekend. The championship record was set 15 years ago at the inaugural championship held in El Salvador at 29:38. But of course, these athletes have 4 of them total. They have the legs to really rewrite that record this evening. We're ready for our final.
And if you want to see the results and see the names of the competitors as they won, and I hear people asking about that, if you want to get the results, you can go to cfpitiming.com, and you'll be able to see the results pop up and see it as they happen. You'll be able to see all the winners and certainly grab their names if you want to see. If we don't have them for you, we can give them. You can be able to see them for yourself. cfpitiming.com is the site you go to, and you'll be able to then acquire the names of the winners of the various events. So I do believe this is now, as they start now, the men's 10,000 meters, our final event of the night. I think this is now the medal presentation, which will be, boy, they're coming off a really slow pace here to start this race. These guys, and I guess 25 laps, you don't really, you're not going to break up.
You have to pace yourself for 25 laps.
You got to build up to it, I guess. 25 laps around the track.
For races like this, you want a good pace setter, usually, right?
And that looks like the Cuban athlete has decided that he's going to take the lead. He's the smallest one out there.
He is, so I think he's going to try to make some sort of a move to give him some space later down in the race, but he maybe loses some energy.
And
but let's see what he can do.
So let's go quickly over to the medal podium, where I see the presentations for the women's hammer throw. This is the bronze medal now being given to Jillian Weir with a throw today of 66.20 meters. Jillian Weir, your bronze medal winner. Representing Canada, taking home the bronze. Congratulations to Jillian Weir. Brooke Anderson got the silver of the U.S.
Presenting the medal to the silver medalist, Mr. John Riggin, CEO of World Athletics, collecting the silver, representing the United States of America, Brooke Anderson.
So there is Brooke Anderson of the U.S. receiving her silver medal. And coming up next will be Janae Casanavoid of the U.S. who took home the gold. Also the United States taking gold and silver here. And the Prime Minister of the Bahamas, the Honorable Brave Davis, presenting the gold medal here.
Finishing first in the hammer throw, representing the United States of America, Janae Casanavoid. Congratulations to all of our medalists in the women's hammer throw.
So there is the gold medal presentation for the women's hammer.
We will now hear the national anthem of the United States.
And the United States national anthem will here be played. Congratulations going out to them getting gold and silver. Canada taking the bronze.
To the medalists.
And congratulations going out to all those young athletes right there. Again, the women's hammer throw medal presentations. U.S. taking gold and silver, Canada taking the bronze. That's a good look at the beautiful competitors. Casanavoid of the United States with the gold, Brooke Anderson, the silver medal, and Jillian Weir of Canada with the bronze. Meanwhile, the men's 10,000 meters still going on. Coming up next will be the medal presentation, I do believe, for the men's triple jump. And winning that would have been Chris Bernard of the United States. He took the gold with Janai Perenchief getting the silver of Bermuda, and Tico Ogaro of Antigua the bronze. Kaiwan Kum of the Bahamas just missing out, finishing in that fourth spot. But he gave a good representation. Well, there's a good look at the runners out there on the track for the 10,000 meters.
They are about 4 laps in now, so they have about 21 laps left to go. So still a lot of race left to go. You see them still sticking together.
Yeah. Shortest guy in the crew out front right now. Young man from Puerto Rico in first place, followed by the U.S.
A very interesting place to run a race like this, because ideally you want to stick behind somebody so they can break that wind for you,
Yes.
right? Most of that race, especially out here, it's a little bit windy tonight, so you don't want to be fighting that for 25 laps.
Yeah. Puerto Rico, U.S., Canada, and the U.S. is the way they're set up right now. Young man from Puerto Rico continues to lead. The taller athletes, you can see right there on the right shoulder from the U.S. Sitting in second. It's the young man from Canada just inside him in the third spot, and then rounding out the field is the other American as we now are into the continuation of our medal presentations. Looks like as if this is now the medal presentations for the women's high jump. It is the women's high jump. Medal presentation going on right now. Bronze medal went to Esquivel of Mexico. Rachel Glenn of the U.S. got the silver with a jump of 1.84 meters. And taking home the gold, Vashti Cunningham.
Nacac champion with a new championship record of 182 meters.
1.92 meters. Her clearance today. Great jump and great competition. Vashti Cunningham of the United States. Gold medal today here at these Nacac Championships. Cunningham the gold, Rachel Glenn of the U.S. the silver, and Guzman Escoval of Mexico taking home the bronze medal. There they are, the three ladies.
Congratulations to the men in the women's high jump.
All right, so again, congratulations going out to the winners of the women's high jump. There they are on your screen right now. U.S. taking gold and silver, Mexico getting the bronze. Congratulations. I said, I wonder what happened if they bite the metal and they actually bite through it.
And they bite through it.
Can I get a replacement?
You know, there was a video of Shelly Ann after she won in Worlds, and she tried to bite it, and I think maybe it gave a little bit. She was like, oh, this isn't real. But it was so hilarious because, you know, a lot of these, I don't know if at some point they were real
Yes,
gold.
they used to be at one point in time. Now obviously,
but now
they use the different alloys and things like that. They pretty them up, make it look a little bit different.
Yeah.
But, you know, gold is very rare these days. So.
It is, but the gold medal's still worth a lot. Still takes a lot to gain.
Yes,
so.
yes. Certainly the value now becomes one of
sentimental value.
Yes, yeah. So we are now into the triple jump, I do believe. The medal presentation here for the men's triple jump. This is Ogaro of Antigua collecting his bronze. Silver medalist. And it's Chennai Piranchief who gets the silver, representing the island of Bermuda. We saw him scratch a number of occasions, but I guess he popped off a good enough jump to get himself a silver medal. As we see the Minister of Grand Bahama coming off with the medalists from the U.S. in the high jump. And so here is Chris Bernard now, the gold medal winner in the men's triple jump here at these Nacac Championships. Kurt Hollingsworth making the medal presentation for the event. And so we get to hear the U.S. national anthem once again, as they have been pretty dominant here in these field events in particular. So again, congratulations to Chris Bernard. I don't know if it's just me, but as I'm watching Chris Bernard there, I suddenly started thinking about the Simpsons cartoon.
Oh, don't do that to him.
I think it's the hairstyle. What's that guy that always tries Sideshow Bob. That's it. He reminds me of the hairstyle.
Man.
Yeah.
You know what? I can't unsee it now.
This is how I know I'm the old guy that says get off my lawn, because now the hairstyles start to look crazy to me.
I can't unsee it now.
They had a close-up, and I was looking at his head. I'm like, wow, kind of reminds me of Sideshow
Wow.
Bob.
You know what? I know that head from somewhere.
Yes, where have I seen this before?
Oh, welcome to the Bahamas, Bernard.
And Richards of Jamaica, if you're still in the facility, please come over to pick up your medal. Men's shot put, Odin Richards of Jamaica. If you're still at this, please come over for the medal presentation of the men's shot put. Thank you.
The race continues.
Yes, about 14 laps left to go, maybe 14 and a half.
Exciting times.
Exciting times, maybe if you're watching.
Yeah.
If you're running, you're probably thinking, boy, I am tired of this.
Yes, what am I doing out here? It's probably going through the head.
Yes.
I've had one of those moments a number of times.
Really? What were you doing when you were thinking about that?
I don't remember, but it was something I probably said, why am I out here? Oh, you know what it was? I recently, see, that's why my brain has already expunged it. I just did the that bodybuilding competition. I had a diet for the last 3 days. And I said to myself, in those last 3 days, I said, why in God's name am I doing this? And this is probably one of those moments right now. They're having that one of those epiphanies as they run around this track.
The sacrifice got you the gold.
Yes, this is true. This is true.
And congratulations on air.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
That is amazing. So, you know, you can relate to what these guys
Yeah,
are
yeah,
going
yeah,
through,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yes, yes. There is that. But in the moment.
Right? They're going through a lot now, probably, but when they're done, unless you come forth again, you're going to be very happy you did this.
Yes, in the aftermath, you're okay with it.
They're getting some help here at the A station.
I got to say, in that moment, though, you're saying to yourself.
Obviously, this very hot and humid conditions at 15.
I think we're seeing the first separation of the race so far. We have the top 3. The other athlete who was leading for a while, it seems
yeah,
like
he's. I think he's had his moment. He said, "You know what? I'm going to lead for 8 laps."
You know what? Somebody has a picture of him in the front.
Exactly, and that's exactly what you want. Exactly.
That's all you need.
Screenshot. And as far as 20 years down the road, when he tells this story to his grandkids,
right?
I won.
He's going to have the photo.
Yes,
and
I was the leader of the Nacac 10,000 meters. Look, here I am right here in first place.
Hopefully the picture is crossing the line.
Yes, there you
May
go.
have been lap 8, but, you know.
12 laps to go of 25. Takes a special mind to go. And look at that. I love this.
Stay with us. We expect to have a few more medals presentations this evening. And also the conclusion of the final event of this first day of competition of the Nacac Open
10,000
Championships.
meters. 25 full laps around the track.
Yes.
Not for the faint of heart, I'll say that.
It is not. And a lot of people watch this and think, how could they run this for 25 laps? But I'm thinking, how can they practice for running for 25 laps?
Yeah, why would you practice? First of all, okay, so again, it takes all kinds, right? And certainly the mindset has to be one of discipline and like you said, you just gotta. Some people like running long distance. I see people every morning running out there on the road, and I tip my cap to them. I say, wow, that takes a special person.
It takes a special kind of person, and we have 4 special people on this track right now.
Yes, I've gone to gyms and seen people my entire workout. I work out an hour and a half or whatever it is, and somebody's on the treadmill for that entire hour and a half. I'm like, whoa.
That person is not me.
No.
I break a sweat, and I'm like, phew, great, let's go on to something else.
Yeah, this has been fun. All right, let's do something else here. Yes. But here we are, 10,000 meters. Medal presentations.
17 minutes and a half of racing here. We still have American duo of Dylan McGard.
Have been going on here
Sean
at the
McGorty,
continuation of day 1.
Canada. So thus far, these seems to be the medals.
I do believe we have
of the conclusion of
over
day
there
#1 of the Nacac Open Championships.
Shot put should be being given out real soon.
Here they come again. So they're now
I almost thought I missed something there with somebody shaking some cowbells. I was like, wait a minute, how'd they run those extra laps? I thought it was a bell lap already, but no. We got a lot more to go. They've been running for 18 minutes, a little over 18 minutes already.
Yes, and a lot of athletes, when they travel to the Bahamas, this is the sort of thing that they complement, that they love.
Yes.
During these long races that could get a little bit, you know, boring, let's say, sometimes. At a certain point, but you have this energy that's out there. You have these cowbells, the noise, the screaming, and a lot of times that's what athletes appreciate when they're running a race like this.
Yeah, I've heard that as well. For these athletes, you know, being out there, like you said, especially in these long, grueling events, and your brain starts to shut down. In particular, this being the last event of the night, and you know, you've waited all day to get out here, and now you know the crowd. And I applaud the crowd actually that stuck around for this last event.
Yes.
You know, some of these fans, diehards, they're going to stay right here to the very end.
Yes, still a good crowd out here.
Yes.
And a lot of these people have no stake in the game.
Yeah, I was about to say, because there's nobody from the Bahamas running here.
No,
but,
they're just
you know,
here
they're just here because for the love of track and field, yeah, for the love of competition.
And there's still a lot of love for track and field in Grand Bahama, and
Yes.
that's why meets like this are so important.
Saw the young man who's currently in the lead. Saw him check his watch as he went by. That's Dylan McGard, currently leading the way. Sorry, that's Sean McCarty, sorry, of the U.S., who was in first place.
There we go. They need your support.
Followed by Andrew Alexander of Canada. And McGard is currently in the third spot. So it's U.S., Canada, U.S.
The records will not fall, but it doesn't
1, 2, 3 at the moment.
They want to bring gold and
McCarty
silver and bronze for their
of the
respective
U.S. leading the
nations.
way. 9 laps to go.
Yes, so definitely over half. They probably have about 9 minutes or less of this. Usually this race wraps up in a little less than a half an hour. So
Yes.
they're
19,
definitely
19,
closer
right
to the
around
end.
19. It's always, they're getting there, they're getting there. They're getting there.
We're about to finish the first 7,000 meters of racing here with McGard of Team USA
There's a
leading
good
the
look.
charge. Alexander of Canada and
McCarty.
McCarty of Team USA.
So now McGard.
Arda Martinez
Right,
of
it
Puerto
does
Rico in
look
fourth.
like we have our
Again,
top
stay
3
tuned for the conclusion of
decided.
these, very last
Yeah,
race.
I would say that's a fair assumption.
Yes,
As a
you know,
distant fourth right now.
I'm always a benefit of the doubt person.
Yes, Martinez of Puerto Rico.
Vamos a apoyar a este joven de esa isla boricua.
You wonder if at this point he's maybe convinced himself that he's in first place still. You know, I'm in first place.
You know what? You
And then-
can do that. You can encourage
That's how you keep
yourself.
going, yes, yes.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm not going to let them catch me. I'm in first place.
Exactly.
This is my race to win.
Oh, Marcellus, you are being tough on some of these athletes tonight.
Not so much tough as, you know, I just try, you know, in races like that, you got to entertain yourself. You know, it's good.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a long race.
It is a long time to be out there. They're 21 minutes in and counting.
Have what I'll call a U.S. sandwich
Come on,
right
let's
now.
show them some
Yes.
love as
1
they
and
go
3.
around. Right here in the men's 10,000 meters. 7 laps to go for these young
10,000
men.
meters.
I think the Canadian
21,
athlete
30,
will try
29,
to
21, 40 on
see
the
if he can at least disrupt that U.S.
Yeah, yeah.
1 and 2.
Stay tuned.
He's
We
in
have
good
8
position to do
finals thus
so.
far, with the final being held right now.
7
We got
laps remaining.
21 minutes, almost 22 minutes of racing. And we're now entering the final 3,000 meters with McGard, Alexander, and
They got roughly about 3,000 meters left to run.
Canada and the U.S., that leader trio. Ya se acerca Arnal Martinez de Puerto Rico para la cuarta posición.
These guys and here is a runner from Puerto Rico. Just went by us here in the grandstand, but there are your 3 leaders at the moment. McGordy, Alexander, and McGard in that order. Coming up on the completion of another lap around the track.
Here they come again, McGard, Alexander, McGorty, U.S. and Canada for the top honors here in the men's 10,000 meters.
Still tightly bunched.
Yes, the laps have definitely gotten quicker though from the start. You can see people are trying to make moves.
Yes.
They're trying to actually use some strategy now and get this race done as quickly as possible.
It is McGard out first now, with Alexander of Canada in second.
They want to end it on a high note.
McCordy of the U.S. sitting in that third spot. Dylan McGard, your leader.
And they're averaging about a
let's
minute
show
and
them
10
some love.
seconds
Puerto Rico on the
per
track.
lap.
Men's 10,000
So they're actually
meters.
running quite fast.
Yeah, they're still
for
going pretty
a
fast. You're right, yeah.
10,000 meter
Yeah,
race.
considering they ran so many.
Yes,
The pace has been steady.
it has been steady, and they've definitely quickened since the start of the
Down the
race.
straightaway.
It kind of went, that's when they go into that rhythm like you talked about. Your mind just one foot in front of the other. And here's it, you know, 5,000 meters. These young ladies are jogging up and down here. Kind of.
After running the
After running the
5,000,
5,000, yeah.
that's the kind of shape that these athletes are in, how conditioned they are. And if you run these races very often, they're going to hit this 110 mark almost consistently
Yeah.
for the next few laps without even thinking.
29:30 Put your record.
Body on automatic.
More importantly, these hot and humid conditions.
And now the pace picking up even more now as we go. You can see McGard trying to take some of the steam out of the legs of the people behind him.
We want to hear the support. I want to see the Canadian flag waving here in Freeport. I want to see the behind them. Vamos a saludar a Arnold Martinez de Puerto Rico.
I've never ceased to be amazed by that, actually. I've had people have an entire conversation with me while I've been on air. Do you not see, like, you get on the stuff, there's something going on, they're like asking you questions, and you're like, you nod your head at them, and you're like, are you pointing and say, hey, I'm on it? And they still, it's like you didn't do it, you know?
Right. Maybe that's their way of trying to get in on it, you know?
Perhaps, yes.
They're like, I kind of want to be heard, too. I kind of want to say something. It's a special chair that you sit in, Marcellus.
Yes,
it's a very
that's
envied spot.
Good stuff. Into our final 5 laps.
And the Canadian athlete is still hanging on and actually being very, very competitive, trying to break up that 1 and 2 from the U.S.
Although
and the
U.S. does have first and second
at the same is also pushing back against him. So I think this is going to be very tight, even going towards the end.
We'll see as Alexander of Canada hanging tough.
Over 3 laps remaining here at the Grand Bahama Complex.
And looks as if the young man from Puerto Rico may have to pick up his pace, or he may no longer be able to hold on to the illusion that he is in first place if they lap him. And they are coming, and you can see.
Again, we want to remind all of our spectators, athletes, to please support our concession stands, our alive sales
McGard, McCourty,
right there
Alexander.
at the top of the track, our title sponsor, selling devices, top-ups, packages,
3 laps
whatever
remaining,
you would like
and they have
for
now
your
caught
mobile. Check out our concessions,
Martinez of Puerto Rico.
And also, we have Nacac T-shirts on sale.
And if you're looking online at the live results, you can see that it keeps changing.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Second, third.
Yep.
First is
Yep.
still there, but second and third keep changing. That tells you how stiff this competition is.
It
and
really
it
is.
shows you that each athlete is trying to make a move now. They're not just trying to stay where they are.
The 9,000-meter mark. When they enter the home stretch, it's going to be 2 laps remaining for the
As they come in now to wrap up.
McGard
Just a couple of more laps to go.
And you do see McGordy at this time trying to make a little space between him and second place. I don't
Yes.
think he wants to leave it to
chance. Yeah. Take the kick out of him. He's going to pick up his pace.
With 2 laps remaining, that may be decisive for these young Americans.
Bell lap is just around the corner there, getting closer and closer. And yes, he has indeed picked up the pace.
Moving away.
40 of the U.S. now, distancing himself just a bit from second and third.
Again, come on, let's clap them up. Our leaders are out there. Last 600 meters for the competitors.
They are almost done here.
USA and Canada running right now, 1, 2,
Coming
and
up
3.
on the bell
Dylan
lap.
McGard, Sean McGordy, Andre Alexander.
About 500 meters left to go in this one. Here's McCourty
500 meters
coming up on the bell.
the 10,000 meters.
And now the race will definitely be between second and third. Here's the bell lap for McCourty. Final lap for him.
Final lap, and he'll just continue to open up that space that he's already created. And this is going to be a fight for second.
McGard and Alexander will fight it out for second and third here. McGard of Canada right on the shoulder of Dylan McGard.
And I can tell you, at this pace,
McGordy, meanwhile, has made his move, and he's going to, I would imagine,
so he wants to be able to
hold on to win the gold medal, but he is really pushing hard. Here's McGordy.
And that's what he's aiming for.
Running against himself now. He is
to rewrite one of the oldest records, 15 years in the making. And watch the clock. That may well be another championship. He's going to break it. Let's welcome Sean McCourty. Of the United States of America. Another
Sean McCourty coming towards the finish line.
And he still has some sprint
And he's
in
picking
him.
up, yes, he's really going at it here, running against the clock. Sean McCourty of the U.S., 29.23.
Very good run, very good run.
And look at the fight here for second place between Canada and the U.S.
Ah.
And just edging him out was Dylan McGard, able to hold off Alexander, who was fighting hard, trying to push in there for that silver medal.
He's coming around, final 120 meters. Let's show him some freeboard Bahamas love.
So we have seen the finale of our final event here on this track. Sean McCourty of the United States wins tonight's final event, the men's 10,000 meters, in a time of 29.322. And now the final lap. We're almost done here, as the final competitor on the track will be Martinez. As we leave you here tonight, though, we thank you so much for joining us here on this first day of competition at the Nacac Championships. We got a lot of exciting action over the next 2 days, but in case you missed some of the action earlier on today, let's show you a recap of some of the highlights you might have not seen here on RTV. So as we are indeed at the end of our first day of competition at these Nacac Championships, Ricky Barry, it's been a pleasure to work alongside of you. Looking forward to seeing what happens over these next 2 days, man. It's going to be fun. And as we wound out today's competition, we invite you as well to tune in to us. We're going to be coming your way tomorrow afternoon as well with day 2 of competition here at these Nacac Championships. On the agenda for today will be the men's, for tomorrow I should say, will be the men's hammer, women's pole vault, the men's high jump, the 100 meters for women, men's 100 meters, the 800 meters will come your way tomorrow for both men and women, the 110 hurdles, the 100-meter hurdles finals will be tomorrow. We'll look to see if Devin Charlton gets something done. The men's 110 hurdles will also take place. The men's javelin, the 400 meters, we'll see Shawnee Miller-Weibo on the track in the finals there, as well as the men's 400, the women's long jump, the men's 5,000-meter finals, the women's 10,000 finals, the women's 100-meter finals, as well as the men's 100-meter finals, and ending the day will be the mixed relays. That's all set for Saturday's competition.
Exciting stuff.
And we'll have it right for you on RTV. On behalf of my production staff, who are doing a great job behind the scenes here and in New Providence, our camera crew and everybody else, thank you guys so much. Ricky, it's been a pleasure, as we said. On behalf of everybody, we say good night. We'll see you again tomorrow right here on RTV.